And put the camera also.
Camera? No camera.
There is camera there.
No. I mean, camera is no camera.
Hello. Hello. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the second day of NA 59. And it's time for the quorum check. Sunday first quorum check time is 9:31. ESN EBS. ESN EBS. No. ESN Tallinn. ESN Tallinn. What? ESN Tallinn. ESN Tallinn. No. ESN TLU I see. Yes. ESN Taltech I see. ESN Tartu. We have quorum. No, we don't have quorum. Wait, there is a... Yes, we don't have quorum. Great. Wait, I think there is a bug. Oh, yeah, we have quorum. I divided by 6 accidentally. Yes, we have quorum. So, we will officially begin our agenda. So, we have quorum. Unless anyone wants to make a proposal to change the agenda, we have quorum.
I have a proposal.
You cannot. Yes, I know that you can make a proposal to change the agenda at the national board, and the sections can propose to change it.
Mark approved my
He has to propose it officially, and they have to vote on it. Mark is not here.
Matteo, can you do this?
Sure. Let's please choose 15 or half an hour. Okay. A proposal for from the national board to change the agenda by 15 minutes. Yes, with another quorum check. Okay. So proposal to delay the start by 15 minutes from the national board. I'm going to call your sections. Please indicate your vote. So, ESN no vote. ESN Tallinn, no vote. ESN TLU IC, yes. ESN Taltech IC, yes. ESN Tartu, okay. Vote is approved. The agenda start is pushed to 9:45. Thank you. So if you can come out to the front. Participants list. Grab it from here. Oh, it keeps selecting the wrong user. Yes, let's see. Yes, and so Linda Ragause and Taranika, they're next to each other actually. Here. Okay, so we're going to hold 2 public votes. Yes, we're going to hold 2 public votes. And the first question will be, do you approve Linda Ragaus as a scrutinizer for the NA? Time is 9:52. I'm going to call your section. Actually, before we do that, we should have made another quorum check. actually. Before that, actually, we should have made another quorum check because of the pushback of the agenda that was introduced. So just doing another quorum check. Quorum check time going to be 9:50. ESN EBS, ESN Tallinn, ESN TLU IC, ESN Taltech IC, ESN Tartu. Quorum is approved. We have quorum 100%. Yes, we need to approve the agenda again. So, with that, before the vote on the scrutinizers, let's vote on the approval of the agenda for the day. Do you approve the current agenda for Sunday? I'm going to call your section. ESN EBS. Procedural. Yes. Change time travel session with opportunities, yes, and
Coffee break will be like
together.
Right now it's planned like so 1.5 hours is in between, but then the lunch should be.
I will explain it differently due to the change that we realized yesterday that the agenda was not actually valid.
I cannot hear you. Excuse me.
Due to having two agendas yesterday and updating the real one yesterday, there might be a possibility that time travels will not be on time for the session.
But
Yes,
if we change it, it would be even before.
No, it would be later.
No, then you want to change time travels and Kim's workshop.
Yeah.
Are you looking at the right agenda?
Yeah.
So right now we have opportunities
I
in
have a
ESN
different
before
agenda?
coffee break. Then
Why-
coffee break, time travels, and Kitty's workshop.
I have a different agenda. Why do I have a different agenda?
I have no idea. I have only had this one only. No, but Sunday. Yeah, this is the correct one.
This is not what I see. Okay.
This is the wrong one. This is what Lisa
This
was
is-
looking at as well. This is the wrong one.
So when will
Never
Olivia
mind.
be here?
Never mind. What time does the time travel start? Just for me to.
11:25.
Thank you.
Oh.
So, once again, since the proposal was already something that was on the agenda, actually, let's approve the agenda. Do you approve the agenda for Sunday? ESN EBS, ESN Tallinn, ESN TLU IC, ESN Taltech IC, ESN Tartu. Okay, next question is, do you approve Linda Ragaus as a scrutinizer for the NA? Time is 9:57. ESN EBS, ESN Tallinn, ESN TLU IC, ESN Taltech IC, ESN Tartu. It is approved. Next question is, do you approve Saranika Manivanan as a scrutinizer for the NA. Time is 9:58. ESN EBS. ESN Tallinn. ESN TLU IC. ESN Taltech IC. ESN Tartu. It is approved. Thank you, everyone. And that's it for the next topic. We are going to have the POPs update from Osan. Thank you so much for your volunteering to be our scrutinizers. Maxim?
Hello. Which button?
The front one. The front one.
Yep. Yeah.
Here is, you can connect.
Got it? Can we start? Okay. Everyone, good morning.
Good morning.
Ah, you have one too. Good.
Yes.
So, as you can see, there is a slight change in the plans. Her name is not Omar, but she
How
will
do
be
you know?
joining me.
So yeah, since we do not have Omar, I'm stepping in since I also know too much about the project. So
Welcome to the Pirates of the Baltic Sea. More.
it's the morning energy. Woo!
Yeah, it's always cool to see people for these events in the early morning. So, come on. Okay, before I go into explaining something you already know, how many of you have been to POPs? 50-50.
I mean,
Ha-
I've been twice.
Quite.
3 times. Still also me, yeah. 4 times.
No, that's just you.
No, you too.
No, I'm 7 times. So, for the ones who don't know, this is basically a cruise event that ESN Finland is organizing with their National Events Committee. And it's basically a semester load of events squished in 2 days on a cruise ship, which is probably the most extreme experience you can get especially as an Erasmus student. And as you know, we also have partnership with Time Travels as all the other trips. They are helping us on the ticket sales, so if you are searching for the tickets, you will find it in Time Travel's website. Now, we are a big group right now. It used to be just Finland, and then at one point Baltics jumped in, and after COVID, Poland got interested, and sometimes they are joining, sometimes they are not. This semester, for example, they are joining. And we recently started to take in Nordics. Last semester it was Norway, this semester it's Denmark, and now we have a very close collaboration with Sweden. So we cover the whole NEP region. I'm not sure if Iceland is included in this scenario, but
Iceland and Russia are also in the NEP region, so no, we're
then
not
we do
covering
not
the
cover
whole NEP.
NEP. But yes,
It's-
I wanted to show you that
is?
how many national organizations are working for just this one event. Officially, at least. Unofficially, I'm not getting into the details with other ESN countries. So some numbers for you, especially the Estonia number will be interesting for you. On average, we tend to sell 80 tickets from Estonia, which was a record year last year, so it actually increased the average. Last year it was 120, last semester, sorry. We have quite a big group. On average, we sell around 1,400 tickets, and it takes us, well, before the event, there are 20, 25 people involved, and then there is NEVCO, Time Travels, national boards. It's a mixed group. And then for the actual event, we need to get in 80 volunteers, in which is based on the ticket sales. So that's what Omar has been collecting from you, the group leaders, and he will give us the names by the end of next week, because that's when the sales are closing. So you have your chance to actually join the event for free.
And for all the countries, it is made in a way, and all the sections, it's made in a way that there is 1 ticket per 24 ticket sales. So if we sell up to 50, we get 2 spots, and et cetera, et cetera. So last semester, we actually sent 6 volunteers, I think. We sent a lot. And this time, we have to get our together and sell more tickets, because currently I think we're only allowed to send one volunteer, and that is very sad. So this is our way of saying pubs is really cool, we get money out of it, and that money helps us organize these nice events. And if we don't do it, next time we will have less budget for the NAs, and we will have to increase the participation fee, which is not fun for you. So yeah, this is our nice way of saying, this is where we get the money from, please help us.
Yeah, that's something I was not going to mention, but okay. Finland and Baltics cover their NA costs mostly from pubs money. So you sell more, you get better events. Now, last edition, we had quite a good participation and quite a good edition. It was actually the first time we got the feedback that it was non-problematic from the ship. So nothing broke for the first time. Last time we were doing it with Tallink Celia as usual. We had a full program, and it's the first time we separated the survival guide and volunteers handbook properly. So volunteers knew more than the previous semesters. And this semester, we changed something. We go with Viking Line. So in the future, we will have an option to choose either one, Viking Line or Tallink Celia. Therefore, we will get better offers. We actually already did. And this semester, since it's a new ship, it will be much different than the previous editions. The difference doesn't really mean something bad. It just means we have a more, thank you. We have a more specific job to do. We have to change the program according to the new ship.
So this edition is actually a very big test trial, and we are not even yet sure what we're diving into, but we are going to have an educational cruise to make sure everything is set well. Yes, it's a big challenge for us this time.
Also, come on, man. Also, we have an IT guy. I closed the, let's say, old school OC helper registrations applications last week. So you cannot apply to be a part of ESN Finland right now, but you can still apply to Omar to be part of ESN Estonia. And the organization, as you can see, takes a certain amount of people and a lot of chats to organize, mostly by me. And in some cases, well, these are the ones I'm in, but I didn't add the ones that are not going to be related to me. Because there are some teams that work quite independently, which is probably the best way we are doing things right now. So everyone gets to say their piece. And we have a very good marketing strategy going on with Meta, and recently we started controlling the YouTube again. We will see how that goes. I'm not good at marketing, that's our job.
So with all of this, he's trying to say how active he is on a daily basis with being the pub's head of OC. And yes, that is true. I have many more chats than that, actually, due to being the communication team lead, which is going to be shown on one of the next slides. Regarding the marketing strategy, something also that I mentioned yesterday about the NGO grants, I'm not yet using that, but it is the second semester that we have been inputting money into actual paid promotion, because we feel like the word of mouth and section promotion is not working as well as it used to. Like,
except Taltech.
Yes. So we have been trying it out, and it has been successful so far.
Yeah, and I also wanted to show you this safety teams that we are separating for volunteers and participants. So obviously participants get a bigger safety team than the volunteers, but both of them are, let's say, represented when needed.
What is a safety team?
It's the people you can go to when you have a problem, or if they see a problem, they will interfere.
Who is in a safety team?
For participants, you are. Communication team are the safety team for participants on the ship, because communication team's job is basically done when the event starts. And the volunteer team is taking care of volunteers, including being the safety team for them. Moving on. Now, I mentioned about this partnership with Sweden, and it's not just a regular ESN Finland, ESN Sweden cooperation. It's specifically for these two events, Sea Battle and POPs. For some reason, some people are actually thinking we are enemies, but we are actually working together closely and promoting each other. We are not competing in any way. We are not having any common customer base regardless. Last semester we started with an initiation to have a common Instagram post, show publicly that we are helping out each other, we are collaborating, and we also have a contract going on with them for every semester. So hopefully it will outlive me and it will continue to be happening every semester. And yeah, just wanted to show you that we are not the only ones doing a good job.
So due to the beautiful Instagram where we are able to post a post on both accounts at the same time with the exact same information, as you know, it's very useful. So this is what we have been doing and tagging each other and sharing that this exists. And actually this semester there have been quite a few applications for the team leads and for the media from people who visited Sea Battle first, and they were interested in, oh, there's this another cool cruise. So it actually benefited us. So this is the outcome that we see so far.
I also got to know recently that there are people who are collecting cruise tickets like Infinity Stones. Now the team, National Events Committee. National Events Committee is not just POPs. It's just POPs is the biggest piece of it, and other events like Erasmus Games or NA teams, it's still an event. And they are not that active right now, so unofficially we sort of took over. And I wanted to show you the POPs team, starting with the support structure, which is the other national board members, the president, vice president, and our IT coordinator, their VPA. So the volunteer team is led by Olena, which you will see that one of them is from Latvia, one of them is from Lithuania. And in program team under Isabella, we have 2 people from Estonia, 1 people from Finland. And communication team led by Xenia has, I guess, 2 people from Estonia, rest is Finland. We have a very diverse...
Not specifically, but located currently this way, yes.
Yeah, I don't mean nationalities, no. I'm trying to say that it's covering a lot of ESN volunteers in different ESN countries. So it's, at this point, I would say it outgrew ESN Finland. It's ESN. And we also have a time travel representative, Julia, who is in Finland's NA right now, presenting time travels there. And last semester we also started something called Captain Jack Skeleton, which is a mascot for our events. And as I understand, events don't really have mascots, and I disagree. So it will be a challenge in the ship again like last time. And you can see here on the top next to me, Yasit is the events manager, so that makes him the main chair for the National Events Committee. And no? Next.
That's better.
Press. Yes.
Ah.
Thank you. Now, I'm gonna get some questions, but before that, I have something to give away for Baltics from Finland. These are the best things that Finland ever come up with to make people hate them. So I know someone from ESN Lithuania is here. Yes, I'm going to give one to you to bring to Lithuania NA. I'm going to give one to you to take to Latvia NA.
We have Latvians to do that.
Sure, sure.
Take it away from me, please. Thank you.
I will leave one here to the chairing team, and they can share it. And remember that it's a gift from Finland, and you cannot hate it. Yes, and before or after questions? Let's take the questions first.
Yeah, there's something else that we're gonna do, but it's a special something. So.
Where's my? You wanna?
Uh-huh.
Only 15 minutes. Just
No, it's fine. It's fine.
What?
It's just contact info.
we're over time.
How much? How long?
You have 5 minutes for questions.
I made the last slide so fancy.
Okay. We have to do it now while the questions are incoming
Okay.
because we're a little over time.
Okay.
A lot over time.
Then I would like someone to come here to make a video, and the rest get up.
I'm making a video because
So please fold your laptops, put them away so
Please
that the
stand up.
tables do
Please
not
stand up.
do not stand in your way.
Of course, everyone.
It's the energizer for you in the morning. I can give you my phone.
I can see hangover faces that are not happy.
Okay, send me the video afterwards.
Come on. Come on. You didn't get an energizer in the morning. This is your energizer.
Do you know what we are about to do? The what? Somebody said something? What are we about to do?
Yes.
Standing?
Okay, so we have something called a pirate greeting. You may have seen it on Instagram. We are right now having a challenge with it. If you do a proper job and send a video and tag us, you might actually get a free ticket to Pops. And now Ksenia will show you how it's done.
You sneaky. Is that why I'm here? We're gonna have to do it together though.
Okay, now first let's teach it.
Okay, I'm gonna try to put this down somehow. So, what you do is, Arr. So this is the greeting.
See, when one
and
person does it, it doesn't make sense.
yeah,
You have to do
has
it
to
together.
be a communication between us. So, did you learn it?
Stomp your feet. Doesn't matter which side you start. Now, hands. Good, doesn't matter which side. Then you
Search
do
for the bright opportunities.
again, doesn't matter which side you do, but you do just once. Don't overdo it like And then whatever you are turning, get your hand down, be a pirate, and yell.
Arr.
Okay, let's practice. Ready?
Arr.
Louder. Louder.
And thank you. And thank you for being
Or do you hate me?
our beautiful audience.
Okay, I was expecting all the music.
And if you still have any questions, please submit them now. And if you do, raise a hand so we know that you're submitting one. Okay, somebody's submitting a question.
Specifically ask questions about maybe your country, so use the opportunity to get more.
A question incoming. I cannot read from there, I'm sorry. Are there volunteer positions split between sections depending on sales numbers?
Yes.
So each section gets per each 24 people that they sell the tickets to one volunteer spot. If less than 24 participant spots are sold, they by default get one volunteer.
Yeah, so I didn't want to make some sections not join just because they are selling a small amount. So the first 24 spots are sort of thought like they were already sold. So I can make sure at least one person from section can come. However, Baltic countries are considered as one section. So ESN Estonia is the section selling tickets, not local ones. So ESN Estonia gets a volunteer spot when the tickets are sold, not Taltek or Tallinn.
We do completely understand that you directly do not get anything out of it, but we do send volunteers, and you get the indirect discounts on the participation fees and stuff like that. It's just we do not directly tell you where the money goes. Sorry to say it in a very bad way. Why can't Sea Battle and Pubs come together and make one event called Pirates Sea Battle? That's a very good question.
I cannot officially answer that question, but it is on the cards.
I can. There have been discussions about it, not officially, but unofficially the countries have been talking, and it is logistically very hard because both cruises are taking up more than 1,000 people at the same time, and there is just no logistical availability of a cruise to do that, and it is also kind of complicated to where would you go, how would the trip start and finish?
There is actually a solution to that that's been discussed, as in, yes, if they both start working together, it has to be Helsinki and Finland, because those are the headquarters for both, so it eliminates Tallinn. And on the other hand, since Omar told you yesterday about the lower sales numbers on spring semester recently, like after COVID, spring semesters tend to go down and down every semester. So if it's possible, it's going to be possible in a spring edition, but it's going to take two very mature events managers to do it.
I can explain also why, is because those are both national events and all the profit goes to the national organization of the country, with Finland splitting it with us basically. But the ego of the both is quite big, so it might not be possible. So this is why he's saying two mature people who understand why this should be done, then it might happen.
Is anyone still adding themselves to the speakers list? Besides Kitty, anyone else? Okay, I propose to close the speakers list after this question. Yes. It's there. Yeah, I propose to close the speakers list. Any objections? Speakers list is closed.
Can the local board choose who deserves the volunteer positions among their applicant members?
Well, there's a catch. Since I am the head of OC, I actually have the right to choose everyone, but I do not. I delegate that to the section coordinators. In Estonia's case, for example, it's Omar. And I try to stay away from those decisions because I don't know everyone personally. Previously, it's been tried that the local board can choose who is going to be the volunteer here. And I think we ended up with only board members spending time on themselves. So the decision went back to ESN Estonia, and they started collecting feedback about the applicants from the local boards, but not let the local boards decide on it. At least that's my knowledge on the past of this decision.
But I believe you can ask Omar directly of the way that he's going to be doing it, if you're interested in getting more information out there.
And for the others, the lead volunteers, trainers, media, those are excluded from these decisions. It's just we choose the best regardless of the section or position. It depends on very specific skills.
Thank you. We have no more questions, and this is the end of the presentation. So let's give Ozan a bit of an applause for being here and presenting POBs. The question was, how many of you are planning to go to POBs this semester? Raise your hands higher, so that the camera sees from behind. Nice. See you there.
Ciao. Yes. So, next topic is opportunities in ESN, brought to you by ESN Estonia Financial Manager Elika Lahisar. Thank you. Now you know what we were calling you for. Yes. Maxim. It is loading currently.
Well, it's loading. I can do an introduction. So in the registration form, a couple of people asked for a session about the opportunities in. Oh. Yes, I'm talking here, and I have to stand over there. I have notes. I have to take my computer. But yeah, so in the registration form, a couple people asked to have a session or more information about the opportunities in ESN. So I put together a presentation about it. Can I? Yes, thank you. And can I also have a clicker so I can change slides? Thank you. So you can ask questions. It's not a presentation per se. It's more like a small session, so you can ask questions anytime. As I will go through a lot of different opportunities. Just, I don't know, for me, you can raise a hand and just ask if you have any questions about that particular opportunity, because later going back to different ones can be a little confusing. So, excuse me. I spent hours on this presentation.
Your link was shared in a weird way, so I can get like that. I'll download it as a PDF.
No, don't, because then my transitions will be gone.
Yeah, but I
What?
I don't have permission to save a shortcut to this somehow.
Wait, I will.
Wait, why do you have? I don't. Yeah, because I don't have permission to save this as a shortcut.
Hold up. Share.
I usually use the direct link, but you did.
Editor.
Gonzalo, send me to this one.
It'll be just in the same folder.
Okay, can you do everything now? Yes, I can. We have pictures.
And can you please?
Yes. I will stay somewhere here. Thank you. Now we have pictures. So, the first thing, first and foremost, what I wanted to introduce you to is that we have national coordinators in ESN Estonia. So, as you may have noticed, we're electing a national board today. Once the national board starts their mandate, they will have an open call for coordinators. We have 6 positions. This will happen sometime around July or August, because the deadline to have these coordinators appointed is the next National Assembly in August. But in general, about them is 6 positions. All in all, IT coordinator, training coordinator, courses coordinator, Pirates of the Baltic Sea coordinator, partnerships, and education officer. IT coordinator pretty much speaks for itself. Also, the great job that Max is doing is a part of it. The IT coordinator in general takes care of the ESN Estonia website, the Google Workspace, so like all your email accounts if you have the @esn.ee email, with any IT support needed, or if there's any development that can be done, then Max is the man for it. Or maybe next year somebody else. Thank you for the signs. Then, next one is the training coordinator. You may have heard the name Farid mentioned a couple times yesterday. So Farid is currently our training coordinator. He's the one that is in charge of the more like the content side of Skillbox. So he will do the needs assessment with the sections, meaning that he will reach out and ask, or he already has, ask your sections, what do you need to be trained on? Also, if needed, he can help with finding the trainers or possibly be a trainer themselves. Besides that, sometimes there might be workshops done during the National Assembly where he can also assist and provide trainings to the sections upon request. For example, this year, ESN Tartu requested the training from Farid, and he went and did it, which was very nice of him. And the training coordinator's task is also to promote the Educate training event, project thing, to get more people as trainers in ESN. So the next one is the causes coordinator. Do we know what are the 6 causes of ESN? Can you shout them out? No. Employability. It's skills and employability, yes. Any others? Sorry, health and well-being. Education and youth. Social inclusion. We're missing one. Stickers, no. No. Oh yes, culture, actually, that was another one. But we're missing one. Gonzalo already whispered it, but can somebody else think of a very important cause we have? Environmental sustainability, yes. So yeah, the causes coordinator task is to promote these in ESN Estonia, share any necessary information with the sections, kind of train them on the causes, or if there's any information about any projects, campaigns coming from ESN International. Promotion of causes, possibly help with the Erasmus in Schools project, because that is part of our causes. Make sure that sections report their events at activities.esn.org, which our sections this year have not done. Just pointing that out. And then also once a semester, we have social inclusion days, which means that it's like a week or maybe almost 2 weeks of a dedicated time where to focus more on social inclusion kinds of events. And then, you may have heard of this one, POPs coordinator, Pirates of the Baltic Sea. Currently we have Omar for that. But I don't know. No, in that sense, like, I don't know how much I need to talk because you kind of got an overview of what that person has to do. So, yes, that person gets a free spot in POPs. That's correct. But mostly the POPs coordinator is the liaison between the National Events Committee of ESN Finland and Estonia and the sections. So kind of the connection person or contact person between the two. They have to coordinate the sections in the event and the promotion of it. They choose the group leaders and they coordinate the group leaders during the event. I think this is the most popular coordinator position we've had. And then next one, we have a partnership manager position. Quite obvious what it entails. It's mostly being in contact with the already existing partners, making sure there are good relationships, also reaching out to new possible partners and establishing partnerships, promotion of any partners that we have agreements with, and consulting with the sections about any like upcoming kind of contracts or possibilities that we have in terms of partnerships. And also keeping the esncard.org discounts in Estonia up to date, which you can check now. They are not up to date because we don't have a person for this. And lastly, education officer. in ESN Estonia, it's, I would say, quite a new position. It was created maybe like 5-6 years ago, and until now we've only had 2 people hold this position. At the moment we have Ulkar from Tartu. In this position, she did do a nice little questionnaire with Xenia. No, it's fine. But in general, the education officer's tasks are to be the spokesperson in the field of education, advocating the aims of ESN to the higher education institutions here in Estonia, being in contact, higher education institutions and our national agency, Harno, or Haridus- ja Noorteamet in English, Education and Youth Board, also the National Youth Council if needed. Also supporting sections with promoting mobility and promotion of ESN's research projects, like the ESN survey which we had last summer. Yes, does anybody have any questions about our coordinator positions? I hope this sparked somebody's interest at least for next year. Stay tuned, open call coming in summer probably. Then, next thing I want to talk about is the ESN international committees. At the moment we have 4 active ones. They are from the left to right. It's Network Committee, IT Committee, International Committee for Education is ICE, and then Communication Committee. There's also an inactive one called FICO, it's a Finance Committee, but unfortunately a couple years ago when ESN International didn't have a treasurer, they had to stop doing that because there was nobody to guide the team from international board side. But some things that these 4 committees do, for example, if we start with the Network Committee, this is a promotional thing from the last open call they had in November. So as you can see here, they are looking for people in the communication team for the Wiki project, for the Spotlight project, the network analysis project, and my ESN career project. For now, actually in Estonia, we have 2 members of Network Committee, as far as I know. One is me, I'm in the network analysis project team, and then Musa, Spotlight and the Wiki one. Yes, and maybe there are others that I don't know about, but these are like kind of the main things that Network Committee does. There might be some other tasks, but these are the main projects. Then we can go back and go to the IT com. I assume Gonzalo is part of the IT com. Yes, very good. Then the IT com's task is to help with the IT things of ESN. I've heard that, he said make it sexy. I've heard that slogan for like 5 years. I guess that mission is not going well. And, oh, wrong button? No, right button, here. Here you can see that in November they were recruiting for the documentation team, tutorials team, IT support team, and GDPR team. And I think these are all the 4 teams that were on Wiki. So documentation team, I believe their task is to document the things in ESN and the IT things. And I think the rest are quite understandable what they are. Tutorials team creates tutorials for IT things, and support and GDPR. And then we have the International Committee for Education, which is the advocacy committee, kind of, for ESN. In November, they were looking for Erasmus Plus team coordinator and public relations team coordinator, but some other tasks or teams that they have are youth engagement team, European universities team, and global mobility team, which covers a good variety of things, but I guess they didn't have a lot of need for the other teams, so they were just recruiting for the 2. And then the most important one, like Matteo said, is the communication committee. He's part of the communication committee, so of course it's the most important one. And in November, they were recruiting for the press team, proofreading team, graphics team, corporate identity team, and social media team. Yes, and these are all the 5 teams of ComCom. I think mostly that's quite clear what they do. The corporate identity team makes sure that you follow the visual identity manual and rules of ESN's visual identity. So if you don't do that, Matteo will come for you. Yes, and that's all about the committees. Any questions about these? That's good. I took a lot of info just from the wiki, so I might not have the details of everything. But then, again, I just took the visuals from previous campaigns to show a little bit what they do. But for example, we also have the ESN card team. They, their focus is obviously on the ESN card for the promotion of it and making sure that the sections follow the rules that are set for ESN cards, and also with they deal with the orders, the shipping of the cards to each of the countries, and so on. Yes. After, besides that, we have the International Erasmus Games team. If you have heard of an event called International Erasmus Games, which I believe is happening in the spring again. Yeah, in Poland, yeah. So they have a whole team organizing the event. There are set of rules that they are following with the event, and like you can see, they have different teams within the team. So the International Erasmus Games, when this campaign happened, they were looking for project coordinator, community manager, and communication officer. But there's like many other positions to hold. Then there is the social impact team. This is very much related to the social inclusion cause of ESN. And some of the positions there are the coordinator, communication officer, data analyst, and project officer. So these are the people that look at the events that sections register at activities.esn.org. And then they take data from there. They also help with the promotion of the social inclusion days and such. So if you are into social impact and social inclusion, then this might be for you. Then there's the membership team, which I believe is it's a very interesting team. This is a team that helps. It helps either very small sections or countries with their membership in ESN. For example, I believe all the one section national organizations, meaning that all the countries that have only one section in their country are helped by the membership team to make sure that they follow the procedures of ESN, that at the same time they would also fulfill their obligations and they would work efficiently. And the membership team also helps with the candidate section, helps the candidate sections of ESN. So the countries that want to join ESN get a lot of help from the membership team to set up their documentation, their rules, etc. And then hopefully one day they will join the network. For example, I believe the newest, I don't know if they're a candidate section yet, Iceland. They're already a candidate section, so they are helped by the membership team so that in 1 or 2 GAs they will be full member. Then we have the regional team, which is how do I say this? It's very specific in the sense that this consists of the regional care coordinator and 5 regional coordinators and 5 regional training coordinators. It's a lot of the word regional, but if you know ESN, you know that we have divided our national organizations, our countries, into 5 different regions. For example, we are currently in NEP, the Northern European platform, but the northern region basically, with 6, 7 other countries. And we have, in NEP, we have a regional coordinator and we have a regional training coordinator who help the NEP countries to succeed. I don't know how to say it better. They help also with the coordination of organization of NEP. They make sure, or they kind of plan the trainings and everything there. So, yes. Then there is the Erasmus Generation meeting. This open call was for the content team, but there are also other teams in there. So this was the very basic one for the general chair, program chair, external relations chair, logistics chair, media and publicity chair, and technical chair. But they also have different teams for media and probably other things that I can't think of right now. So the coolest event that we have, EGM, and they have a team of people who coordinate what's going to happen there, besides the organizing committee, which is the section that is organizing the event itself. Then we have the HR manager, which is just one person. And the HR manager helps the international board with HR-related topics. It's very interesting, I would say, to disseminate the information from the international board, anything related to HR and the work that the international board does. And these are all the, I think, kind of team kind of things that I have. Any questions about these previous ones? Okay, we can move on then. Then we have a project called My ESN Career. Unfortunately, at the moment, it's inactive. Because of HR reasons, we didn't have enough people in the team, so they had to put it on hold. But they are still hoping to bring it back, but we don't know how it goes. It was a really cool service that this team of people would help you with your CVs, with your cover letters, to actually use your ESN experience to actually get a real job, in that sense, that a paying job. So you could send in, or they would also play with you through a work interview, so that you would get more confident and knowledgeable about how it goes. But yeah, basically you could send them your CV and they would give you advice if it's good, if anything needs to be changed, etc. Another cool project that we have is the facilitation crash course. It's a very nice initiative to help people to improve their facilitation skills. That's a difficult word for me. So it doesn't, we have the Educate project, which I will mention later, which kind of helps our members become trainers, while this project, I don't want to say the name of it, actually just helps with the skills, but doesn't really give them the title of a trainer. Yes, today is the deadline to apply for it. I have shared information about it on Discord, I believe, so look for that there if you want to know more. And Educate, which is our training for trainers. So this is the event where Ruth is right now, for example. She's at Educate Starter, which helps her to become an Educate trainer in ESN, so that she can kind of... The Educate trainer title in ESN, it's a very valuable thing to have, because you are seen as you have gone through a whole training, and you are most likely a good trainer to to facilitate workshops. There are different stages of educate. So in the beginning, you start with the starter, and then once you have done the starter training and you have some more experience, you can go to educate forward. And then I think there's a third one as well. But this is a very cool project to think about if you are into facilitating workshops and helping people develop their skills. Another cool opportunity that is there is the careers in the ESN headquarters. At the moment, there are no open calls, but occasionally they have it. Recently, they just had 2 open calls for 2, I believe they were like different liaison officers. This means the careers in the ESN headquarters means that these people are actually on the payroll of the ESN International. They work in the Brussels office and they work full-time on these ESN-related topics. Sometimes they also look for like communication interns or different people in the team that you might be interested in. There's a website for it. Oh, by the way, I have a spreadsheet with all these opportunities. I will share that once I clean it up and make it all nice. And then you can have that spreadsheet available to you, and you can go on different links to see what is happening and where you can find more info about these. Then, it's not, now the next one is not that much of an opportunity, just a very cool thing to keep an eye on, is the event registration system. This picture I took a couple days ago. This is the place where you can see what events are happening now or soon. For example, if you see that the dates of Educate Starter 2024 are 24th February until 2nd of March, so that one just ended yesterday, then very soon there will be local change makers training happening in Poland, and in May we will have the General Assembly in Bulgaria. And this is the place where if and when you are going to international events, this is where you have to sign up for them. Except EGM, they have their own system. And then another cool thing to keep an eye on, which is a little out of date at the moment, but hopefully they will get back on track, is the opportunities from national organizations page. As you can see on the top, it was last modified last April, so don't take this as the opportunities you have right now, but this is the page where they used to, and hopefully in the future they will again, put different national assemblies that are happening around the network. For example, you can see here we have our last June's NA, and there was also one from the Netherlands and one from Lithuania. Another team that recruits, I think, usually once a year, is the ESN survey team. Last year, they were looking for 5 people, 3 team members with a research background, 1 data visualization responsible, and 1 communication officer. Those of you who know Yasid or met him yesterday, he was actually in this team last year. So it was, as I understood from him, it was a great opportunity to also do something cool with the biggest survey that ESN has. I think last year they were aiming for 25,000 responses, which they almost got. So it was a lot of work. And some other teams. In ESN, we have a thing called the audit team, which is the team that helps the audit commission of ESN International. They were recruiting, I think, quite recently, so they are not doing it now. Or actually, maybe it was November, not that recently. But probably next year, again, they will be looking for more people. So if you're into audit stuff and you know something about it, could be something for you. And then another one is, Max, my clicker is not clicking. Yes. And then a very similar team is the legal team. Again, they help the My brain stopped working. They help the legal officers and the arbitration board of ESN International, I believe. So if you're into legal stuff, again, might be for you. And then I think, yeah, this one is a GIF. So basically, there's a lot of different events happening around the network. These are old pictures. That's quite new. But basically, these kind of opportunities are there all the time. Different events meant for different target groups, but still they are happening constantly. And the thing is, you just need to keep your eyes open and you can have some really cool things to do in ESN. How much time do I have, by the way? Okay. Yeah, okay, I had 12 slides left. I will go quick. Next one, erasmusintern.org. Yes, that's what it's called. If you're looking for a traineeship, that's a cool place to check. You might find something fun from there. Also, erasmusjobs.org. If you're looking for a job, might be a cool place to check. These websites both are maintained by ESN. So definitely worth checking out. And then quickly, some opportunities for your sections, so not for individuals, is, for example, calls for OC, like Matteo, Xenia, Mark were initiating the NEP 2024 OC application. We get these emails all the time. If you are interested in organizing an international event, just let the national board know and we can inform you of the opportunities that there are. I have 30 minutes. Okay, then I will talk a little slower. And basically this is the same kind of email where I got the information when I applied for the OC of NBT Pärnu. This is where they list all the requirements that they have, the dates, when it can happen, etc., etc. And then ESN Awards. Hopefully you have heard of this. This just closed quite recently, and now it's the voting round. If your section has done cool things, here you can let the network know, and then there will be a voting round, and then the awards will be given out during EGM. So this year, those that are going to Spain, to EGM, will have a really nice event where the awards will be handed out. Then there is section in the spotlight, which is one of the tasks that Musa has been doing, reviewing the sections who they submit the applications to be, no.
In the spotlight, we usually we divide it by the regions. So each month we take one of the regions, NAP, SAP, like depending on it goes order by order. We divide the sections between the spotlight team, and each of us go and check. And then the spotlight team nominate, like I nominate the one that I checked based on like different criterias. And then at the end, we are like basically voting the one that is, so you have to, like we are the one, like people spotlight team nominate the section which we believe deserve it. On other thing, ESN Awards is also handled by the NEC team. We were like, there's open call for the mostly spotlight members, and they ask like, do you want to be also ESN Award person chooses?
They asked the analysis people as well. So
as well?
It's all
NEC. Okay, I didn't know. So it's all NEC people.
Yeah. So if you have some great visibility on your social media, then maybe this will be picked up by the spotlight team, and if you're chosen, they will let you know. I think some years ago, ESN Tartu was in the spotlight. Yes, 2021. Yeah, if you go to the wiki page about section in the spotlight, then you can see a picture of ESN Tartu, where me and Musa are on the picture. I think Xenia might be there as well. So yeah, that's a cool thing. Very important to have your social media visibility in a good shape. Yeah. So Max didn't hear this, so I'll repeat that. Very important to follow the visual identity rules. So if you have any VIM violations, then you're not going to be chosen for this. And then some useful links. There will be some QR codes so you can get your phones out, but I will also share the spreadsheet I have later, where you can get all the necessary info. So the first one we have is the opportunities mailing list. This is quite a new mailing list. It wasn't working for a while, but I believe they fixed it now. If you sign up for this, you get all these cool opportunities right into your inbox. Of course, the senders have to put the opportunities email there, but this is kind of made for those people that are not in the national board, but still want to get these opportunities delivered to them. So, for example, when we were looking for the chairing team for this, I also tried to send it to this mailing list, but it wasn't working at the time, so it was unfortunate. Yes, I can give this microphone.
In this mailing list, is there also the open calls for the national assemblies or not?
Should be. It really depends. If the ESN country sends out the open call for chairing team, for example, and they put the mailing list as in CC, then you get it. But if they don't do it, then obviously you don't get it. But I think they're trying to promote it more now to actually use it because it's fixed again. Then ESN newsletter. I think they send it out once a month. You can see the biggest news of ESN, events that happened. This is from a few months ago when they celebrated the 34 years of ESN. And there was a very cool video attached to it. And then a few old school Facebook groups that can be joined. I didn't put any QR codes here because actually when you join this, you need to provide your ESN account link. I don't know if I have a slide about that actually. Ah, I do. Okay, so when you join this, they check that you are actually an ESNer. Non-members are not allowed into this group. So yeah, it's a bit of work to get in there. But this is again where they share these opportunities. So definitely you can look it up on Facebook and try to get in, but make sure to include all or answer the questions they ask when you ask to join. Then next one, jobs for ESNers. It's not a very active group, but occasionally there are some cool opportunities there for paid jobs, or sometimes freelancing things, translation things, different cool things. And then ESN Couchsurfing and Hangouts. So this is, for example, oh, I'm traveling to, I don't know, this town in Germany next week. Anybody around? Anybody can offer me a couch? Anybody want to go and grab a beer? So this is this kind of like social thing. And yeah, and usually people answer there. So you can find people to hang out with. And then the ESN accounts that I mentioned. This is where ESN International expects all members to sign up. In ESN Estonia, we don't force it as much because a lot of our members don't see the need for it. But as soon as you want to go to an international event, you need to have an ESN account. Yeah, and there you can also find some info about different countries, different sections, what sections even are there, how many sections are there, and their contact information, everything. You want to say something?
You want to sign up for the opportunity mailing list, if you want to sign up for to go to those groups, Facebook, you actually need to have ESN account.
Yeah, and I put the QR code there. So when you sign up for this, you need to also request to join a section. So for example, if I'm a member of ESN Tartu, I go there, I sign up, and then I mark that I'm a member of ESN Tartu, and then somebody from the board has to approve it. I think at the moment the access rights are given to like president, vice president, HR person. So yeah, if you want to make an ESN account, make sure to let your section know because they are not notified of this, but they have to still approve you. And that's it from me. Any questions in general? Oh, yes, Slido. Okay, good question. I will read the question as well. How many people typically apply for one position to ESN HQ and how many recruitment stages there are? I don't know actually, because I've never applied. But I think it's not like too many people because I feel like the liaison officers they had recently, they extended the deadline to apply. So I think it might not be like an overwhelming amount. But the recruitment stages, I am not sure. Maybe with the open call or whatever they put it there. I haven't looked into this because I haven't seen anything that applies to me, but a very good question. Any other questions in general about opportunities? Oh, okay. Is there a national coordinator position in ESN Estonia that has been inactive for more than a few years? If yes, did you consider removing the position? Yes. The first one that comes to mind is forces coordinator that we haven't had. I don't even remember when we last had one. But actually Musa was this year thinking about it, changing it up and making it something that's a bit more attractive, a bit more different function. We never got around to it, but definitely those that are not very active can be changed as long as the actual function of it is maintained or transferred to other positions. And I think this is also a few applicants yesterday were mentioning the safety team person thing in their applications yesterday. So I think the coordinator position for that would also be very cool to have like a dedicated safety person in ESN Estonia. Yes. Any other questions? No? If not, then can finish early and thank you for the attention.
Any opposition to closing the speakers list? Speakers list is closed. Okay, so now we have the coffee break starting. So at 11:30, I expect you guys to be back here. Yes. Hello, everyone. Hello, welcome back from the break. We have quorum check again, post coffee break number 1, Sunday quorum check. So I'm going to call your section name and you are going to reply, please. So, ESN EBS, ESN Tallinn, ESN TLUIC, ESN TLUIC, ESN TalTech IC, ESN Tartu. We have quorum. Hello. Yes, hello. As we reached quorum, and we are going to continue with the next presentations. Now, for time travels, Livia. You have the one already? Perfect.
Do it somewhere, or you can hide it. Yes. You can just.
Okay. Yeah.
And this is left side.
Okay. Let's see. Like Prime Minister. First time ever using this kind of microphone. Looks good. Here as well. Okay. That's very like foggy. Hello. Thank you so much for having me. I'm Olivia from Time Travels. And since very many of you know what we are, what we do, I will keep this presentation part really brief. And then we will have a small game afterwards as well. So we are a travel company. Our tours are designed for not only international students, exchange students, but only for any young traveler between 18 and 35 can come on our tours. So you can also consider it once you go back home to check out what we have to offer, come back with your friends or family, why not, to those destinations where you are not going now as a group leader or as part of the group. You have always chance to do it later in life. So this is our company. We are about 15 people on the office side, and then we have the bigger teams in destinations, guides, activity guides, about 20, 30 people depending on the season, preparing the things for the students. And so our company was founded back in 2006 by students of Tampere University. They just went to some university with the flyers and gathered a few buses to go to Russia, and that's how it all started. So also started with the volunteers and just active, enthusiastic students. And these are our destinations. As you can see, all of them are here in the north. We have 6 destinations in Lapland, both in Finnish and Swedish side. Then Norway, Lofoten Islands, central Norway with fjord area. Also this hiking trip to Preikestolen. Then Iceland is a growing destination, and also Baltic states. And then we have some small cottage weekends, like country-specific Gotland, Saaremaa, Turku archipelago. So this is something extra as a side trip to those who want to see more of their area and do something else than Lapland trip, and of course your own events. So you always like to see some kind of statistics, but this time I thought that I will not show you the section-based statistics, but I just found it really interesting that Estonia, Latvia and Lithuania this spring have performed so equally. It's like almost the same numbers going to Lapland from all 3 countries. So good job, everyone. And of course, spring semester is smaller, much less students than autumn. So that's why we are really happy with this result. And also, like one tip for you is that if there is a student come to ask you, like, when should I go to Lapland, and he can choose between autumn and spring, then our recommendation is always to go in springtime. much less crowded with time travel buses, and also much more daylight. So that's like gives you longer days in Lapland. But as we know, like much more students come in the autumn semester, so they have only this one short period to go. And then, of course, they ask about the Northern Lights situation. And so far, we have been telling that there is really like no difference. Equally high chances to see the Northern Lights. But actually, this year has actually proved that autumn was excellent. Almost every group, 99% of the group saw the Northern Lights. And this spring has been not as good. So hopefully when we have now groups going from Estonia, which is already next week, it will be a bit better now with the Northern Lights. So yeah, on Monday already ESN Tallinn is going to Kilpisjärvi, and Wednesday we have a trip to Saariselga with TalTech and TLU, and then Tartu going to Saariselga on 10th. So some of you have already received all the group leader information, and some of you will receive it tomorrow with the final lists and possibility to have a call also with me. So I will get in touch. And the spring semester is also different in that sense that the sales period is very short. So we sell until the last moment. So basically, some people can sign up even 2 days before the trip. That's why we are sending the lists that late. So it's not final until basically a few days before. And yeah, full program as always. Sauna, Santa Claus Village, skiing, Husky Safari. Husky Safari this spring is the self-driving one. So one person sits on the sledge, the other one is being the musher, and then you switch. When the conditions were not that good, we only did so that the customer sits on the sledge and the professional musher is doing the driving. But this spring we are able to do the self-driving, so it will be more fun for you. So this is our Lapland. And what else is coming up this spring is the Baltic trip. It will be in April. It's more like a city trip, culture, architecture, nightlife, tasting local food and drinks, professional guide with a lot of stories about history and legends and stuff. So really, really great trip, I would recommend. Saaremaa, I checked that we already have like 30 participants, so the trip is confirmed to take place. Half of them, or most of them at the moment, are from Tartu, but trip is on sale also from Tallinn. So yeah, also really nice trip, and Saaremaa is like this like hardcore Estonian countryside. So I think it will. Normally, exchange students really like this weekend. And what else? Yes, this Rummu trip is something that we haven't set the date yet, so it's actually up to you. If you want to have this day trip, please agree with each other, like Mark, Ruth, and just pick a date. It can be any weekend, April or start of May or even March, Saturday or Sunday, where you don't have like own events. We can do it. Minimum is 25 people what we need to get. And also like feedback from this day trip has been really good. It might seem like a bit expensive from the start, but actually lunch is included, visit to this abandoned prison. They find it really, cool and exciting thing to check. And also some waterfalls and nice scenery in the north part of Estonia. So if you want to have it, then please let me know, and we can arrange it in quite short notice. So we have the system with the group leaders, as you know, that our guides are working in the destinations, and you can send representatives from your section to join the students, and they will then take care of the bus ride, And also it's a good opportunity to learn some skills such as leadership and teamwork, time management. So if you have a chance, then apply to be a group leader. And the tasks are checking the names at the departure, safety rules. Like last autumn, we experienced how important it is to remind after each stop about the seat belts, especially when the roads are slippery up in the north. So some buses went on the side, but thanks that everyone wear seat belts, there were no injuries. So this is also like group leader, you know, safety announcements is your, you know, #1 priority. And keeping the head count, of course, after each stop, creating the group atmosphere, up to you. Are you able to do it? Are you able to make this like long and never-ending bus ride like a fun experience? It depends on you. And assisting the guide with minor tasks at the destination, really not that much actually. Once you are at the destination, you can just enjoy. And of course, being on time and showing role model. Then we have such a thing as partners website. I hope you all know about that. You can just log into this website and use all the material that you find there. Photos, videos, reels, TikToks. And so just you can use them for your marketing and social media posts to advertise the trips. Save the date, 16th to 18th of August in Finland. We will again have our TEAT. Some of you have already attended, so from each section and from the national board, you will be invited to join. It will take place in Finland, in Turku Archipelago. So really nice place and hopefully also nice weather in August. We can do something fun there, and you will learn more about us and the trips. So it's not the same video that I show every time. It's a new one, super proud. It's from Swedish Lapland, actually. Is the sound on? Yeah? Yeah. We can watch it.
Welcome to Fireman. This is an emergency shelter to protect you from the wind, from the potential rain and snow, and just get you through the night.
Each group will get one night, one more out for a shuffle. Lighting is still inside and 4 big radios inside.
Good morning. I hope you all sleep well. And 45 minutes to an hour until we are at the fjord where we're going to be swimming. Now you can already see the North Atlantic.
So this was filmed in November. As you can see, very, very dark, no sun. It's hard to make a good video with 4 hours of daylight, but now we will have the same crew in Saariselga. Yeah, actually it will be with TalTech bus. So the next advertisement movie from Saariselga, you can have some stars there and hopefully some sun as well. Okay, that was all what I had in the presentation. I guess that was it. It's not moving forward. So we can run the quiz. It will be about our destinations. We will test your, just my contacts. We will test your geography skills and your luck. So normally it's like Matteo or Xenia winning our quizzes. So I hope they will get some competition. So
Mateo's not playing this time.
They can play, and it's not only about Saaremaa and Saariselga. It's about Norway, and so. Yes.
And can I close the presentation?
Yeah.
They can.
Yes, you all love this music. And I have prizes, of course, as well, so it's worth to concentrate. Yeah, I guess I do, yes. Thank you. Ei, ma mõtlen, kuidas kas ma ei peaks seda pilti nägema või? Siin. Või kuidas ma nagu alustan nüüd?
This page.
Otherwise, how I can...
So when she's gonna start it, an example?
I can do it in maybe...
Yeah, here I press start and then I move on from here.
Okay.
So everyone is in who wanted, yeah? As soon as we have this technical thing here with the live, then we can start. Oh my God, how many Mateos we have here. So first 3 will have to come up front, so it's like 3 Mateos. Okay, let's start. Shall I read the questions as well? Yes, okay. Which countries Lapland spreads over? Is it Finland and Sweden? Finland, Sweden and Norway? Finland, Sweden, Norway and Russia? Finland, Sweden, Russia and Greenland? Finland, Sweden, Norway and Russia. Yes, Murmansk is a really famous Lapland destination. Which is the smallest of Baltic countries by both size and population? Latvia, Estonia, Slovenia, Lithuania.
Yes, Slovenia has a small one there.
Make sure you
Okay, someone thought it's Slovenia actually. Which mythical creature almost half of Icelandic people still believe in? Is it elves, mermaids, Bigfoots, or werewolves? It's the elves, yes, most of you knew it. How many saunas there are in Finland? Is it 1 per 2,000 people, 1 per 850, 1 per 36, or 1 per 1.5? What do you think? Sauna country it is. Per 1.5 people, one sauna. I don't know how it's possible, but statistics from the internet. Sisu is leading. Which country has most islands in the world? Over 200,000. Finland, Sweden, Norway, Denmark. And the second place is also here and quite close to the first one, so it's not so self-obvious. And it's Sweden, yes. You see it when you go to Stockholm with a cruise ship.
Stockholm has like 1,000 islands anyway already.
Yes, 24,000 is in the Stockholm archipelago. Which of these activities is not available on time travel trips? Whale watching, sea kayaking, skydiving, whitewater rafting. We do some adventurous stuff for sure, but not skydiving, yes. Not yet, at least. Who is Sisu? Who is Sisu? Is it you?
I'm so at the bottom.
What is the thickness of Jostedal Glacier that you can see on the picture in Norway? Is it 100 meters, 200, 300, or 600 meters? And as you know, the glaciers are melting, so if you want to see and experience it, then now is the time to go. At the moment, it's still 600 meters, so. A Viking ship burial from 8th century, oldest in Europe, was discovered in 2008. Where? Was it in Kilpisjärvi, in Stockholm, in Saaremaa, or on the coast of Lithuania? Saaremaa, yes, Salme village. Which of these places is famous for rock formations called rauks and that you can see on this picture? Are they in Åland, Iceland, Gotland Island, or Lofoten? They are on Gotland. It's an island in the Baltic Sea, biggest one that Sweden has. What does Preikestolen mean? It's this cliff that you see on the picture. We make hiking trips there. Is it Preacher's Chair, Eagle's Chair, Cliff of the Fjord, or Cliff of the Sun? Yes, it's the preacher's chair. And the fun fact here is that that the fjord is as deep as the mountain next to it is high. So if the cliff is 600 meters, the fjord goes also 600 meters deep. So it's quite the dimensions. Sisu still in the lead. What prevents the sea around Lofoten Islands from freezing during the winter? Is it the Gulf Stream, whales, intensive cruise boat traffic, or warm temperatures? So the water there doesn't freeze. Yes, it's the Gulf Stream. You knew it. So year 86, 60% of reindeer population in Lapland was slaughtered. Why? People were starving, reindeers got radiation from Chernobyl, reindeers got infected by Arctic madness disease, or they had frost damage. What do you think? Yes, they got radiated. Actually, the moss that they are eating consumes this radiation a lot, and that's why this kind of catastrophe happened. Sisu is far away from others. Okay, a few more questions. How much less CO2 per passenger emits a charter bus compared to an airplane? Is it 10 times less, 5 times less, 3 times, or 2 times less? What do you think? You can think about it on those endless bus rides to Lapland. 5 times less, yes. I think train would be even more, like 8 or 10 times less. Is this scoreboard working? I don't see any, like. Yes. Okay. How many words are there in Sami languages that mean snow or ice? 20, 100, 300, or more than 1,000? And there are many Sami languages, not just one. 300. How much profit in tourism is spent on average for the benefit of the locals and the destination? 5, 10, 25, 35. Okay. I have something here. Oh, okay. Thanks. Yes, just 10%. We in Time Travels have calculated that we have it between 25 and 30, so we are better than average, but still it's not very much, unfortunately. So, still Sisu. Which of the sled dog breeds is known for their blue eyes? Is it Alaskan Husky, Canadian Eskimo Dog, Siberian Husky, or Samoyed? Isn't he the cutest? Yes, it's the Siberian Husky. But now, of course, the breeds are mixed, and some dogs can even have like one eye blue and one brown or whatever, but originally it came from Siberian Huskies. So do we have just one question left? Does Reelika still have a chance? Yes, the last question. Which of these time travels destinations is in UNESCO World Heritage List? Old Town of Visby, Old Town of Vilnius, Bruggen, Bergen, Old Town of Tallinn. More than one choice. All of them, of course. Sisu, Reelika, and Matteo, congratulations. Come here. Come here. Is it really you? Okay. Okay. You get the straws, metal ones, congratulations, and you get a ferry trip to Helsinki for 4 people from Tallinn. So thank you, that was all from me. Do you have any questions? I didn't think so. So thank you very much.
Overtime. No questions.
No questions? Why not?
We are overtime a bit, but let's see. How many people plan on adding a question? Okay, one question. Okay. Please put the question on Slido, and I propose to close the speakers list after that question. Anyone opposing? This is closed.
I will be around during the lunch, so come to me and ask anything. About Lapland, don't we have dinner in ferry and best group leader award this time? Yeah. So dinner there is on the way to Helsinki. So Tallinn-Helsinki ferry group leaders will have dinner. Best group leader competition, let's say so that we haven't announced it, but we are collecting feedback from the guides. So if someone really stands out, we will like make those rewards. Okay. Yeah. Is there more questions? Or it was closed now? Yeah. Okay.
Before we let Olivia go, there's one more thing we have to do, which is yesterday at the awards, Time Travels actually won the Partner of the Year award. So we are here to give it over and give the big applause, of course, because you weren't there to hear it yesterday.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Wow.
ja karikas ja see ja šokolaad sulle ka. Et tuli ja aitäh sulle.
Aitäh.
Me võime pildi ka teha. Võin aidata kuidagi? Oota. Niimoodi.
That's really touching. Thank you so much.
Fun. Oh, we have an interactive session again. It will be Intro to Safety Management, which is designed to provide you with a good understanding of safety principles and prepare you with the essential skills to handle unforeseen situations. So you will have the opportunity to dive into several aspects of safety management, focusing on integrating safety consideration into event planning and pre-planning for specific situations. So everybody welcome Kitty. We're just going to have a little bit of time so that she can do the final preparations.
Open Discord, join. No, you need to join. I ask EBS wants to.
But this to Kitty, I'll ask them personally.
Is it this way? It is? Wait. Jesus. Oi. Is this the clicky thing? Okay, so today you're gonna get an introduction to safety management, which is basically an introduction to what we're working on a bit on the international level now with the safety project, which I am one of 3 people leading. So today we're gonna do a little nepotism and you're gonna get a preview into this before our session at EGM. Oi. No, that's the wrong button. What button do I press? Ah, okay. So we can begin with what safety means. So if you want to just, this is a little bit of an interactive session. So if you just spit out what you interpret safety to be. Just scream it out. Not danger. I can just repeat what they say, it's okay. Anyone else? To have a good foundation in safety management, we need a good definition of what safety is. Comfortable? What? Helmet. Can be, yeah. Anything else? Let's see. So safety in a canonical definition is being protected from or unlikely to cause danger, risk, or injury. So it means that you keep away from things that might cause you danger, risk, or injury, basically. So where do you feel where do you feel the most safe? You personally, just scream it out. Like, where do you feel the most safe? At home? Is there any settings that's not at home where you feel safe? With friends? Yeah. University?
ESN.
What? ESN. Good. Parties? Parents, yeah, family, parents. That's nice. Do I need to move? Oh. Okay. Then I'm gonna watch from there. So why is it important with safety at events? Because we're ESN. So what we do is we create events for our participants. Why is it important that we include safety in this? Not getting sued is a very good reason for having safety. ESN image? Yeah, to not get a damage. Keeping everyone alive. If they don't feel safe, they don't attend. Yeah, anything else? Yeah, to keep good experiences. Yeah. So to sum up a few, we can think about our reputation, our well-being, participants' well-being, the good memories, good experiences, and one thing is our liability. If something happens at an event, it's our liability on stake if something goes bad. And also to make sure that our participants are also safe, because our participants and our volunteers, they're both going to be at this event. If something happens, they're both going to be exposed to this experience that might not be good if we don't keep safety in the back of our heads. So how can we ensure safety at events? So I have a little to-do list for this. So we start with training the volunteers, which we have begun now by having this workshop. We can create guidelines, preparedness strategies, and do risk assessments for different events. And that's some of the things that we're going to go through today. So what is our role as volunteers at events? We facilitate the events, and we're hands-on engaging with the participants. So at a local level, you are very hands-on with the participants, which means that you're kind of the face that they're going to see when they're at events. It's most likely not the national board unless they're there at the event. Jesus. And we're the people that kind of ensure the safety. So for example, at pubs, you have the volunteers there to ensure people's safety. And the same at Sea Bottle, we have like safety teams in local sections where they're there to keep people safe. And we're the people that represent ESN. So when people attend your events, the people that they think about when they think about ESN is the volunteers. So it's about our reputation and our liability when it comes to safety at events. If they have a bad experience at an event, and then the image in their head is going to be the people that they've met. That's the representation they have of ESN. Because we're the bridge between the participants and ESN, so we have our image at stake in this. Can you think of anything more that is our role as volunteers when it comes to safety? I'm sorry if you can hear me breathe into the microphone. It's okay if you can't think of anything else, or if you don't want to say it out loud. We can just skip to the next one. So to begin with our safety aspect of this workshop, we are going to begin with risk analysis. So how do we identify risks, and how do we look at the risks and decide which risks are okay to make, because not every risk has the same impact. So first you need to look at what kind of events your section holds. So for example, my local section, we don't do a lot of parties. We're an environmental university, so we host a lot of more educational events and hikes and such. But I know there's a lot of sections that do host a lot of parties. So the risks that we are up against are different than what risks your section might be up against if you host more party type events. So if you look at it in an aspect of events, the text is very small on the screen. Yeah, so you base it off of the type of event, and you have like hikes, sports, physical activities that you do. And then you have like parties and alcohol-containing events. Sorry, I'm looking at the screen there instead of there. So, for example, at a hike or a sports event, you have different type of risks than if you host a party. So some risks that can happen at a sports-related event is that you get injuries. Someone falls, they trip, they start bleeding. But it's in a different way than if it was a party. Because if it's a party, they might be drunk, and you have different strategies to handle this. But you also have, can I do like this? You also have things that can happen at any event. Like you have injuries, fights, mental breakdowns, technical failures, financial losses, sexual harassment. I don't think that people who sexual harass people care if it's a sports event or a party. But that's my personal opinion. This can happen anywhere, anytime. So this is something that we do have a little bit more focus on, because it's something that can happen anywhere, anytime. So it makes sense to put a little bit more focus on that. So you have a process when you do risk assessment. So you begin with then identifying the risk. So what risks is for this event that you're hosting? You analyze the risk, evaluate it, you treat it, and you review it. So basically, you go in, you find out what the risk is, and then you go in and you analyze, okay, how much of a big impact is this actually going to have on the event if this happens? Is this something that we can overcome if it happens at the event? And then you treat it if you need to, and then you review it. Was this an okay risk to take? So we have something called the risk assessment matrix, and this is the analysis tool that I'm going to teach you today. So you have 3 different, oh Jesus. Thank you. So you have different steps to this. So you identify the risk, determine the criteria, and then you assess it. So then you have 2 different sides of this. You have the impact and you have the likelihood. How big is the impact? How great is the impact for this? And what's the likelihood of it happening? So we have 2 different examples. So the risk that we're going to look at first is low attendance at an event. So the risk is that you get like insufficient marketing effort, makes low turnout for the event. So the consequences of this is that you have reduced revenue, potential budget deficits, and diminished impact of the event. The likelihood of this varies on the event popularity. Can I change to the other microphone? Thank you. I keep breathing into it. Does it work? Okay, good. Sorry, I did not want you to keep listening to me sniffle into the microphone. So the likelihood of this varies on the different types of event and the popularity of the event. For example, you have four sections in Tallinn. Is that correct? 4 sections? Yeah. So low attendance in Tallinn could, for example, mean that you have the exact same event happening on the exact same day. So then you analyze it, and you look at it. Maybe you move the event, maybe you do another event. What can happen on that? So on this, it's a moderate risk, because the impact is like a moderate impact. It's a likely situation. It's not like high impact. You're not gonna go completely broke. You're not gonna have like the worst time ever if there's a low attendance. It just happens. But we can look at another one. So you have weather-related risks. So severe weather can occur like as heavy rain, thunderstorms, or strong winds. So if you have an outdoor event and there's gonna what's the word for this in English? Like when you look up online to see what the weather is gonna be like. Thank you. We call it værmelding. It's not very similar. So you look at the forecast. Is it going to be a lot of rain? Is it going to be a lot of wind? Maybe move the outdoor activity inside, because it's very high risk of damaging equipment and these things, and you don't want that to happen. So it's a high risk because the impact would be more severe than just low turnout. So what you do is that you place things on this. Is it low impact and it's unlikely? Then it's a low risk. If it's high impact and it's highly likely, it's a high risk. So another thing that we're going to look at is preparedness strategies. So how do we feel more prepared for the unwanted situations, and how do you prevent said situations? Sorry, I'm still sick and I get very easy out of breath. So I put a little meme thingy. So this is how you feel if you're prepared for anything. So you're gonna feel like this Ninja Turtle, super chill. You're just gonna sit there and, okay, something happens, but you know how to handle it. But if you don't know how to handle it, if something happens, you're gonna be very stressed out. And we're just volunteers. We don't get paid for this, so we wanna minimize the stress that we can get from this. So we have preparedness strategies, so do you feel prepared? But there's a difference between guidelines and preparedness strategies. Guidelines are rules and regulations that can help you plan your actions, such as how to behave as a volunteer. For example, POBs have guidelines that you follow if you're a volunteer, not based on your volunteer positions, but based if you're a volunteer or a participant. And how do I go back? That was guidelines. Yep. I forgot to put in preparedness strategies. So it's a strategy on what to do if something happens. If there's a fire, what do you do? If there's an injury at an event, what do you do? I'm going to show you an example of this later. So volunteer guidelines is something that you can make for your section. You look at what role the volunteers have and how they should behave. For example, Ås has, that's my local section, by the way, my home section. I made staff guidelines for them. It's very, not vague, but it's not specific. But it is guidelines on how you should behave as a volunteer in this section and how you should present yourself to participants. So this is also something I'm going to show you more on later. So you have the aftermath of an incident. So what do you do if something does happen? You can, for example, have a report system. So you have a well-equipped system for reports, for example, Google Forms that your participants can fill out anytime. And you will have collected data on these incidences so that you can look over what has happened. And they have the opportunity to be anonymous. Maybe they don't want to DM the board. Maybe they don't want to go up to someone and say, hey, this happened, but this is something that you should know about. And you have the opportunity to gather the data completely anonymous. And you debrief with your team. Because it's very important that, since we're volunteers, that we do debrief and check up on each other after something happens, especially if it's a traumatic incident that's happened. And you train your volunteers. So you have preparedness strategies and volunteer guidelines, but now what do you do? You made the documents, what do you do? You train the volunteers. So, for example, NA's local section training, national training events, and volunteer contracts is some of the things that we do in my network that helps. So we do train them on a local level. We train them at, the NAs so that they know what to happen, and we have more hands-on where they can ask questions. So, So some of the things that we do in our local sections is that you improve the visibility of your volunteers. For example, at MVT they had organizing committee and volunteer T-shirts, and you can very easily see the difference between these. And in OS we do kind of the same, but we do it with badges instead, so that it's more interchangeable if you change your committee, or if we, for example, have just people that we collaborate on an event with, and they just work this one event. And on the back of this, by the way, we also have like a super short, like 5-step thing on what to do if something happens, so that anyone who is at this event, maybe they missed the training, or maybe they just need a little bit of insurance on what to do, they can follow this. And we put the emergency numbers for the police and such, because we have different numbers for it. In Norway we have like 3 different numbers, and the campus security. This is another example on the visibility of different T-shirts. So it's very easy to see who is who. I thought it was a good example because some of you are in this room. And you also have someone from pubs. Now, I'm not sure who is who, unless maybe Osan wants to say what color is what.
So we have color codes as so participants get the white T-shirts, volunteers gets turquoise T-shirts, and organizers gets a darker blue T-shirt. So the darker the color gets, the more they know. And exception is red media team. You just don't talk to them, just pose.
Thank you. I forgot to ask this before I put it in the presentation, so I'm very glad that you were here right now. Okay, so we're gonna do a little activity. I want y'all to go in groups with each other. I have prepared for 5 different groups, so if you could divide into 5 different groups. We can count, because I want y'all to be in a little bit of a mix, so not with your section. I want you to mix a little bit, because this is a good activity where you can also get to know other section works. Okay, so if you sit back down so I can count y'all. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, it's you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. You on the back. 5 and 1. So go into different corners. I need every group, to have at least 1 computer with you. So just go into different corners of the room. Make sure that you have a place to sit down. Every group has someone who has access to Discord, no? Everyone should have access. So I will share the link to this drive. Where can I?
Please find a place to sit with your group.
Five. Group number 5 cannot be so close to group number 4. Group number 5 cannot be so close to group number 4. This is the rule. Group number 5 needs to move. Come on. You can go to the other side of the thingy. Come on. Good. Group number 5 took the initiative. Very nice.
Okay, so it will be shared with you now. So in this activity, you're gonna be in your group. In the folder that is being sent to you, there's a few different documents. One of them is the POB's guidelines. I usually use the Sea Battle one because I have them all. But I thought this was fitting to use the POB's one. So we're trying that out today. So go into announcements and click on it. Every group has a group number. You select the group that you have. So every group has a different scenario. And what you're going to do now is that you're going to have a look at the different documents there. I also added the safety guidelines for my local sections that I made. And you go in and you look at them. And then you go in to your group document. You will fill in a before, during, and after strategy. So what happens before, what happens during, and what happens after the event with this incident. So carefully look at the incident description and base it off of that. I will have a walk around if anyone needs any help with this or any advice, but you can just start. Remember to include everyone in your group, and you can also share a bit about your sections, for example, what you do if something like this happens, but make a step-by-step plan or bullet points on what to do. Any questions? Okay, you can start. You have 1 more minute to fill out your before, during, after. So be prepared to wrap it up now. Hello. Okay. Shush, y'all. Okay, y'all. Are you done? So it's time to wrap up and silence. Thank you. So now we're gonna have a look at what you've done, and we're not gonna pull it up on the screen. You're just gonna explain group by group what you've done. So now I'm gonna go from group to group, and someone just read through quickly the points that you've put down, or explain what you have decided to do as a group. I'm gonna walk around with the microphone, yeah. Okay, understood. I think we can start with this group.
So, our situation is aggressive participant at an event. So a participant is becoming unruly and is showing signs of aggression. They threaten either a volunteer or a participant. What are the actions? I cannot speak louder because I'm going to be annoying myself. Thank you. I'm sorry for that. So before the event, what we want to do, what we should do, is make sure there is someone responsible for the safety of the participants and volunteers. So have a safety person or a safety team and make sure that people are aware who these people are. Like, who is the one person to turn to? Another idea that one of the sections is implementing is having a responsible person. For example, for parties, when you assume that volunteers might start drinking eventually, it's the one sober person that is fast to act, that if something goes wrong, this is the person to handle the situation. Also important to prepare the venue itself. So for the same party, let's say, make sure there are guards, make sure everybody knows there are guards, and if not, organize the guards or assign specific people to do that job. During the event, if the situation happens, so we have a situation where there is a participant that is acting aggressive. We try to talk to them first, try to calm them down. If that doesn't happen, if the aggression keeps going, we take them away from the crowd or take them away from the situation. Potentially ask their friends for help, because this is usually the case when they are more calm, like the people they're comfortable with. Or if there are no friends, we can also ask security or police to help escort them out. When they're out of the situation, talk to them calmly to find out what the problem is. And it's important to say that, like, you have to talk in a calm voice so that they do not get more aggressive. Do not try to talk loudly, but like, this is why we also escort them out. And listen to them carefully, reflect on what they say, maybe try to help them if that is needed. If the aggression doesn't calm down, get them out of the event. Call the police, ask, like, perfect case scenario, escort them outside with the guards and call the police. So this is the perfect case scenario. Perfect case scenario, it doesn't happen, but and after the event, if code of conduct was violated, it could be reported, and we would try to make sure that this doesn't happen again by potentially maybe making the person not join ESN events again. So this is why we report the big incidents to code of conduct, as ESN Estonia can, for example, act on them. Another thing, if there are victims, hopefully not, but support them, make sure they feel safe, heard, help to report the situation, and also, like, reflect on what happened and how you can change things to do it better next time, to prevent it next time. That's it.
It's actually the first time that we do this specific scenario at one of these sessions. So it's quite interesting to see what you had on it. Because on the others, it's usually the same things. Because you guys are smart, not gonna lie. But this one is interesting because I haven't done it before. So, next group.
Okay, so our scenario is the following. We have a natural disaster at one of our large-scale indoor events. Fire erupts. What action should we take? So before the event, we should familiarize ourselves with the fire procedure and the evacuation plan of the venue. We should check that all the emergency exists where they are located, that not every door works and it's opened. We should check that the fire extinguishers, they have the proper check completed. And then some of the volunteers, they should be trained in first aid. And then in an ideal situation, we should collect the attendees' emergency contact information in case something happens. That's before the event. During the event, first of all, we should stay calm. Then we should alert all the attendees, because even if there's fire, maybe some people, they are not aware of that. After that, we should call the fire department and evacuate the building. Account for all the attendees, and if needed, we should provide also medical assistance. And after the event, we should investigate the causes of the fire and then have a plan to avoid this in the future and debrief with the volunteers.
Sounds very good. Next group.
Anyway, okay, so our station was the mental breakdown during the event. And before the event, we talked about and we discussed such kind of things that we can do is appointing the safety coordinator for the event is the face who is responsible for this kind of situations and is the person to whom volunteers will have to go and talk about something that's happened. Then asking any questions like before the event if the participants have some medical conditions that we should be aware of as organizers, and they don't have to like write like all their medical stuff or something if they don't feel comfortable to, but the thing is that if it's something essential we should be aware of that. Then in the beginning of the event the points of contact have to be presented so people will know to whom come if something happens. And then of course like trainings for volunteers so they would know what to be prepared for. And then during the event when something like that unfortunately happens, a participant to whom it's happened reaches a volunteer or the volunteer sees that something has happened and goes to him. Then the volunteer, if the situation is critical, goes to the safety coordinator that we pointed in the like before the event. And the safety coordinator already, if needed, and if like the situation is super critical, call ambulance. And also before that, of course, get water and checks on the person who experienced mental breakdown. And after the event, of course, it's reporting, reflection, and reviewing of the risks. So we could know what's happened and how to prevent it. And also contacting the person who has experienced the mental breakdown and checking on them, just in case, so we would be sure that he's okay and she's okay. That's it.
It's very good. I'm just sneaking through the crowds.
So our research scenario was on a sexual assault. So on what actions we would take. Before the event, we would establish a code of conduct contact person for the event and also include a link to the code of conduct breach reporting form in the survival guide or info pack that gets sent before the event. We would also print out a QR code on a piece of paper for the to link to the contact form, and we would post it at different areas in the venue depending on how large the venue or location is. For example, if the event was also included like a party at late night, they would also be set sober guards, at least one per 25 to 30 people that would stay at the event. They would be identifiable by wearing some iconic like clothing or something like that so they can be easily found. And these people will just keep an eye on the party or event is progressing. If there's anyone who is like drunk or needs help, they will actively reach out and support them. Or they can be someone else, if they need help, they can reach out to them as well. And make sure that the code of conduct people and the sober guards are representative of genders. So if there is any victim, they can reach out to whoever they feel the most comfortable with. During the event, you would announce the code of conduct persons and the sober guards at the start and make their role clear and how to contact them, and also make it clear that any code of conduct violations would not be tolerated, and people can be completely removed from the event and banned from participating again if some extreme situation happens. And assuming that this situation of like the sexual assault was reported immediately like after it happened, then you would maintain confidentiality and privacy at all times for the people that are involved in the situation. You would take the victim aside and then provide them with any empathetic emotional support and make them feel safe and calm down and see if they need any additional kind of support. If they also informed like who the assaulter was, then you would need to send the safety team to discreetly remove that offender from the event or like keep them aside till like a proper assessment can be made. And at least send like a sober guard to keep a watch on them to make sure that this kind of situation does not happen again from like the same person. after the event, if the victim is comfortable with it and they would like to get a resolution on the situation, you should get a written report on the code of conduct form from them, even if it's like an anonymous one with their name removed, for example, and then you would follow up on the report. Depending on the situation, you could separately interview the people involved or any potential witnesses, so you can get like a clear picture of what happened, and then you would take action accordingly within a timely frame. Usually organizations have like within 2 weeks or something like that that's set a date as well for actually taking action, so the people involved can also know like when this is going to progress it, and it's not going to be like a very open-ended long situation. And if, for example, sufficient level of probability for the situation has been established, whatever that would be, then you could impose sanctions on the offenders, bar them from future events, or make sure that they do not consume any alcohol or anything like that, depending on how much probability was like established. These guidelines are more specific to organizations as well, and some like reasonable level of like probability can be like established. And then also conduct a review on event management practices to identify if there was any like negligence that allowed such a situation to happen, and then do any internal training, prevent or reduce the likelihood of such incidents happening in the future.
That was very good, very detailed. I like it.
So our scenario was about a physical injury, like hiking event, and one of your participants fall and break their leg in the middle of the forest. Before the event, first of all, we check the weather forecast for the day of the event, if it's possible to this event. Then you should inform the participant about the clothes that you should wear. Check the difficulty level of the path and plan it. For example, the length, if it's doable from the participants. Then you should appoint a person responsible for the safety of the participants during the event. Have at least 2 people from the organization or more according to the group size. So if something happens, one person can stay with the group, one person can stay with the injured person. Write down the do's and don'ts of the event. Plan an extraction plan for the ambulance to come. And if it's possible and you have it in your organization, have a person trained for first aid. Then during the event, you check the weather right before starting the event, like a second time. Then you give a safety briefing before starting the event. You refer to have an overview of the attendees, and will have some kind of first aid kit. Of course, you will always call an ambulance if something happens, but it's better to have a first aid. Prepare some situation about like what can go wrong when during the hike. After the event, you should do an event action review or like a feedback form. What was supposed to happen? You should answer the question: what was supposed to happen? What happened, and what can be done different?
Thank you. Yes, let's see. You all have very good lists that you've compiled of what can happen before, during, and after. I hope that you had some reflection over how you can think about preventing things by looking at an incident and thinking, okay, how could we have prevented this? So that you can keep it in the back of your mind when you make events later. So a little plan moving forward. We started today with a little introduction. It's very fast forward through things for you today. But that is okay, because the safety project is releasing templates that you can use, so you don't have to do all of the work yourself. Which is why we're doing it, because then all the local sections can implement safety and the needs that they need in the local section without having to overwork to try to do it. At EGM, we have the session called Safe Thrills, ESNers as Guardians of Safety. And for those of you who are going to EGM, I hope that you attend this session because it's a different type of safety session than what we did today. And we will also be having webinars with the safety project that will be posted on the ESN Wiki. But now, we are gonna do a little Mentimeter again. Because I love Mentimeters. Yeah, you can go back to your places. So go get your phones if you want to sit where you sit, that's okay. But get your phones and we're going to do a little Mentimeter. So everyone scan this hastily. Okay, scan it. I need you all to do it hastily so that I can switch over to the correct tab. So raise a hand when you've scanned it and when you're in the question thing. Those of you who have not scanned it, raise a hand. Those who have scanned it, take it down. So who has not scanned it yet? Who's the syndabukker here? And I take it that since no one raised their hand, everyone is in? So you can start adding things in. If you have not scanned in, you can answer with the one beside you. Okay, I'm gonna skip to the next question. You can read through this yourself. We're not gonna read through all of them loud, just so that you can think about the session and not just do the session and go. So next one. Okay, moving on. I'm very glad that I didn't see anyone say that this was useless. That I'm not out of breath for nothing. Okay, next one. Is there anything you missed from the workshop? The stuff that you answer on this one is actually things that I can use when preparing the workshop for EGM, so be honest on this one. It will be more time for group work at EGM. Usually I have 2-3 hours for this workshop, not 1. So usually we do sit down and go through things very thoroughly, and we present things very thoroughly. Also, an honorable mention is that if your section struggle with different things regarding aspects, you can also send me an email, and we can have a safety consultation with either me or someone else from the safety project when I'm not sick. And we can give you actual assistance with what's happening, just so that you are aware of that. But we're gonna skip to the next one. I really appreciate that you're so honest with the feedback on this. Is there anyone who's still adding things in? I'll take that as a no. So for my take-home message for this is the last thing, is that you use the tools that you already have available. Most of the things that we talk about in this very basic session, you already have it in your heads. You have most of the tools available already if you think a little bit deeper on it. I really recommend that you prepare for the unwanted scenarios, not just make an event thinking this is going to be great, this is a really cool idea, but think about what possibly could go wrong. Think about the worst scenario, because if something happens which escalates to the worst scenario, you will be able to handle it. And also dare to bring up the difficult issues, not just the small tedious things, but the really difficult things, the difficult issues with events. And remember that your efforts make a huge impact on the participants and also volunteers. Because you had the healthy volunteering workshop yesterday, but you're not alone in any of this. We're all in it together, to be a little bit cheesy on it. So just remember that your efforts make a really big impact on the participants and the students' lives. And it's really important. And as I said, you can always email me and I'll answer and help when I'm not sick, like now. So always feel free to DM me or to email me if you have any questions. And also I can share the slides with you so you can look at it, because today we went very quickly. Basically, that's on top of the floor. Through things. So that's it for this session, and I hope to see some of your faces at the EGM session. Thank you.
Everyone, despite what I said on Discord about taking the photo first, since they're saying that the food is already cold, basically we should go for the food ASAP. Since we're already running on a 20-minute delay, more or less, 25 minutes delay. So let's go for the food, and then I will send an announcement in a while for us to take the picture, and I will want everyone to be there for the picture. Our guys, please, we will meet back here. We will meet back here at 14:25, but before that, we will take the picture, and let's try to take it outside because it's sunny today, as Mark was saying before. So let's see. You can manage the weather for 2 minutes for the picture. Hello, everyone. Just 1 second while I raise the volume. Maxim? Yes? Why my mouse doesn't work? Okay, so, welcome everyone once again. We are starting the second part with the 30-minute delay from the original schedule. So let's try to move fast because that's basically our buffer time as well. We are going to have a quorum check now, 1433. I will call your section name. Please, the person who has the voting power, say yes or no. Yes if you are here. ESN EBS, ESN Tallinn, ESN TLU IC, ESN Taltech IC, ESN Tartu. All the sections are present, we have quorum. And now, the next on the list is the international presentations from the international guests. So I'm going to ask the international guests from ESN Lithuania, ESN Latvia, ESN Norway, and ESN Portugal, that's me, to come here. Actually, we can do probably alphabet element, no. Let's not do it alphabetically, because Latvia requested to be the last ones. So let's do, does anyone volunteer to be first, actually? No. Okay, let's start with Norway. So Kitty, if you can, yes.
Okay, now it's on. So this is our slogan, Norway like Norway. The clicky-clacky doesn't work. Okay, this is me at MBT. I've been in ESN since 2022. I'm from a small town in North. No one's ever heard about it. I'm part of the safety project. And I have moved, fun fact, I moved 15 times before I was 18. What do I do in ESN? I've been in the local level for a year as an event manager and a volunteer coordinator. In the national level, currently, I'm the national project manager. I hope to do this another mandate. And I'm in the international safety project. This is my national board. So we have Ariana as president, Guru is the vice president, Daniel is the network manager. This is the only picture I found from Hans Marius, because he's our newest member as the VPA since December. We have Claudia in communications, Matthias the treasurer and partnership, and me in projects. This is our audit commission. Y'all have probably seen Lisa before. She's also the NAP regional coordinator. And Daria is in the content team, I think, for EGM. She's in EGM. Oh, where did the map go? It's about what the well, imagine that there's a map of Norway under these arrows. Thank you. What? You don't need to imagine because it's actually there now. So these are our sections in Norway, and we also have one candidate section in Stavanger. So can I do like, whoop? This is my section. This is where I reside. Is the word? I think so. Thank you. Fun fact is that ESN Norway has the northernmost ESN country, and Tromsø, I think, is the northernmost section, which is a little bit more north than where I am from. And we have a picture together with ESN Irbid, which is the southernmost ESN section. That's a cool fun fact about Norway. Our structure is based on having 7 sections, including the northernmost section, 7 national board members, 2 members from the audit commission. We have a buddy section program, which means that everyone in the national board has their own section that they have hands-on relationships with. I have ESN Trondheim, and all of our board members have different sections. We have communities on the local level, which means that I deal with all the event and buddy managers. So everyone that's in the projects or events, those are my people. I guide them, I help them. And the presidents has their own community. We don't currently have a lot of partners, but we're working on that. And we put in a meme that we usually have. So when someone says that like ESN Norway should be rich because it's a rich country, it's not true. We might have money in the country, but not in ESN. So the workflow in Norway is that we start the semester earlier. So from the end of August, like I start my studies middle of August, and December and May is our exam periods, unless we have block courses, which is a month of one course, then an exam before the semester starts. We have most communication between local section and national level online, because on the map you can see we're very spread across the country. The only sections that are actually close to each other is Ås and Oslo, 20-minute train ride. But for the most part, everything happens online, so we're good at the online thing, not so good at meeting up. Working on that. But it's kind of far between each other. In the north, it's 7 or 8 hours to drive between my town to Tromsø, but on the map it's like a little speck. You can't really see it, but it's a lot. We're very dependent on international students, but that's gotten better as we have... Oi. Come back, thank you. As we have now more Norwegians in our network in Norway than we've had before. After COVID, it's gotten better. So the events that we have is the National Assembly. We have it once per semester. Fjord Adventure is our national event that we have from Time Travels. We started having something called ESN Upgrade, which I think is kind of similar to your skill box, I think you call it. It's like training for our volunteers. That we do once per year in the fall. And we have a lot of icebreaker events. We have 2 weeks in the beginning of each semester where the local sections host their welcome week with a lot of events based on icebreaking. We have a very special attention to sport event. Most of our sections hold, for example, ice swimming, called the Viking Challenge, throughout the winter. And they try to do this simultaneously. Fjord Adventure, yeah, it's a lot of text, doesn't matter. So it's a little boat that you do to the fjord, and you can see on this one, this is the fjord where it goes, and you go into Bergen, and we have the glacier hike, which is kind of cool, where they take a hike where they walk over the glacier together. That's our national event. A little bit more, we have a strong support system from the national agency. Yeah, and we get free first aid classes at the universities. We also can order kilos and kilos of free condoms, which is a fun fact, because we get it for free. universities are very open to the student initiative, so it's very kind of easy to do events in the local sections that have a good relationship with the university. So what we do differently is that, as many other NEP countries, our communication go in English only. So everything that happens goes in English, even between the members that are non-English, so that we they are Norwegians, but we keep it on English so that we have an easy knowledge transfer. Yeah. It's okay. One of our weaknesses is travel costs, because Norway is shit expensive. So some of the best practices that we have that I would like to share is the Safety in a Network international project, which is based off ESN Norway and ESN Padova. These are the two sections that work on this together. And something called the quality assurance, where we have like a good overview of how the sections are doing. That's it. Not really a lot of fun facts, but it's okay. You can ask questions if you want, I think.
Guys, the speakers list is open. You can add yourselves to Slido.
Okay, Maria is in Tartu. How many volunteers do you have in Ås? Ås is a small section. We have a university of 5,000 students. It's around 180 international students each semester. A little bit more in the autumn semester, but after the international student fees in Norway, it's gotten a little bit less. So we used to have around 30 volunteers in the section plus the board, but currently I think it's around 15, 20 divided by the three committees that we have. We have a social committee, which is low-key events, and the social media committee, and the party committee, I think you would call it. I'm not sure. They renamed it after I went national. And I think it's like 6 people in the board, and then around 15, 20 in the section as volunteers, like active members. Let's see, Osan. Yes. Osan, ESN Tallinn. ESN Norway has no national coordinators. Not currently, no. I'm working on a national project strategy which will allow us to participate, for example, in pubs with more ease and less struggle, that we can continue following with from next year. But I'm working on the strategy, which means that when that's done and we can rejoin these things, probably we will. I'm not sure how it works, but probably. But on a general level, we don't have coordinators for specific things. We do have board support, not currently, but we get it from next mandate, because we have some people that want to be in the board support. But I think what ESN Estonia has as coordinators, like the causes coordinators and these things, is what we call our board support, I guess. Yes. So we do have board support, but not generally coordinators. Karolis, ESN Lithuania. How many of your NAs are live or Zoom? We have one each semester that's live. This semester it's in Ås. And if we have an extraordinary NA, like we did in December, that is online. During COVID, everything was online, but now we have everything of that in person. And if it's an additional NA, that goes online.
Anyone still adding themselves to the speakers list? Okay. Does anyone oppose closing the speakers list? Speakers list is closed. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you, Kitty, for your presentation. And let me see. Hello, everyone. Yeah, it works. Oh, where's the clicker? Okay, so hello, everyone. Just to kick off the presentation, I know that you've been hearing from me over the last, let's say, 24 hours. You've been putting up with me here as the main chair, but I guess I didn't formally introduce myself. So while most of you might kind of know who this guy is, here's some official statistics. So I'm 23. I'm originally from Aveiro in Portugal. I do a master's in electronics and telecommunications engineering, and I did my Erasmus here at Taltech actually, and I've been an ESNer since 2021, and I've been the IT manager of ESN Portugal since 2023. ESN Portugal has 13 sections distributed throughout all of the landmass, as you can see. And now there's Slido there. I didn't click anything. As you can see, 13 sections. We actually have, it's been a crazy month because we've received emails from about 1, 2, 3, I guess 4 places, 5 Azores as well, over the last month. And Azores has been in this process of joining the network, so they will be presented as a candidate section in the next national platform. So it'll be the new westernmost section, because right now the westernmost section is Madeira, but Reykjavik will join, and we will lose the title, but when Azores joins again, we will have it again. And maybe also we can have Leiria and Porto Alegre in the middle. In the meanwhile, we have here ESN Aveiro, that is my home section. I know a couple of you might have heard of this place before, but it's, for Portuguese standards, it's like a medium-sized section. We get about 200 Erasmus students per semester. But you will see later in this presentation that it can get quite crazy. This is our national board for the year. So we have our president, Francisco, our vice president, Elder, our amazing treasurer, Rui, our events manager, Rafaela, this guy, and our communications manager, Edgar. This is actually my Facebook profile picture as well. And we have a lot of initiatives in ESN Portugal. One of them is the Mobility for Environmental Sustainability and Health, which is our national initiative to make our events more sustainable. So all the national events that we do, especially the 2 big national events that we have, which is the Erasmus National Games, I know other countries call them national Erasmus Games, but we were doing it before. So national Erasmus National Games happen in the fall semester, and Erasmus National Meeting happens in the spring semester. Basically, this is about partnering with the local community, choosing responsible and eco-friendly venues, and having sustainable transport solutions. So one of the events is the Erasmus National Games. Actually, this is the delegation. Oh, what did I do again? I don't know what I'm touching. Oh no. Don't worry. Leave it to the IT guys to screw things up. This is actually in the International Erasmus Games, actually. Oh, come on. What am I clicking? I'm sorry, guys. I keep clicking the wrong button. And this is the Erasmus National Meeting. It's one of the biggest events in Europe geared towards Erasmus students. We expect to get about 800 to 900 Erasmus students coming to the south of Portugal. Actually, you can also sign up for it. We usually send an email for the network for internationals to sign up. So you are free to do so. It's a few crazy days in southern Portugal. We have a lot of local activities in the different sections throughout the country, as you can imagine. Some of the sections, I would say Aveiro is one of them, has a special focus on activities involving nature and activities involving sports. Other sections, and as well as cultural activities, which other sections focus a bit more on, actually, but I think that in that regard we are doing quite well. In ESN Portugal, we have this national project, which is our portal. It's a very good tool for selling ESN cards, selling events, managing the section. It provides an analysis of where the students come from. And I took this data from ESN Lisbon. So there is like 3,450 registered students per semester, which is, yeah, it's something crazy. This is our event sales over the years. You can really see that during the pandemic we were not doing so well. But I think that nowadays 37,000 entries in the year of 2023 is quite good. Well, of course, not to mention that, how did ESN Coimbra sneak into this? I don't know. I think I grabbed the wrong logo. We have our buddy system. Usually, most sections are using Papaya. It's a system similar to Fiesta, which is used in most of the sections in SEP and NEP. But Papaya is usually what we use in SWEP, because it was developed by Matteo Carbone from ESN Italy, which is the technical chair, yes, of the GA. And of course, not to mention the ESN card, some of statistics from ESN Portugal. We started 2020 with not so many sales, but I think that 2023, 9,500 sales of ESN cards in all of the sections is quite good. These are some of our national partners, and actually Europcar is a national partner of ESN Portugal that works for the entire network. So if you use the code ESN Portugal, no, if you use the, wow, what? It keeps happening, I'm so sorry. If you use the ESN Portugal mini page that they offer, you can get it from esncar.org. You can get the discount on Europcar rental anywhere in Europe. Oh, and also stay hotels if you ever come to Portugal. Stay hotels, we have this very good discount. And we have this initiative in Portugal, which is the Survival Guide. We've been sending it to the ESN Awards over the years in different iterations, but essentially the Survival Guide is your passport to everything in ESN and everything in Portugal to unlock in your Erasmus, for your tourism objectives. Basically, it's how to survive in Portugal and what to do, what to visit, gives you a little checklist. We also won the Charlemagne Youth Prize last year, so it's referring always to the previous year. So in 2023, we won the Charlemagne Youth Prize 2022 in Portugal, or the national winner. So it's quite good to have been given this highlight for our projects. So with that, I would like to thank you for watching my presentation and open the floor for any questions you might have. Don't be shy. Survival guide outgoing from Xenia, ESN Estonia. Survival guide outgoing, what does it include? So the survival guide outgoing is basically a description of all the bureaucratic things that you will have to do and how to navigate through this bureaucracy. Also a description of the ESN network in different countries, a little bit. I don't have any with me, I only have the incoming survival guide. But basically like, oh, you're going to ESN, you're going to this country, or there is ESN in this country, something like this. And also some important information like it can go country by country, something like, it has a table like list. Okay, I'm going to Erasmus in Poland. Where is the embassy of Portugal? Where's the, like this sort of important information that's relevant for outgoing students, as well as like list of national emergency numbers and whatever. So yeah, some information about bureaucracy. Yes, so question from Raluca, from ESN Taltech. How ESN Portugal keeps its connection with ESN Madeira considering it's not connected with the land? Well, yes, actually, we have managed to maintain this connection. In 2 weeks, we have our national platform, which is like our NA. Our national platform is happening in Madeira, so all the sections are going to Madeira. Believe it or not, it's actually cheaper sometimes to go to Madeira than to go to the other side of the country, because flights can cost 10-15 euros and be like 2 hours, whereas a train ride to the south of Portugal from the north is, I don't know, 5 or 6 hours and 30 euros. So yeah, this is the thing. We managed to keep them connected, and they just elected a new board last week. So we're going to be seeing them for the first time physically. Yes, our stats mentioned, yes, from Osan, from ESN Tallinn, that our stats mentions event sales. I think it mentioned event entries, or it should be event entries. This stat includes the free events, because all the free events through our platform, we usually register them with a cost of €0 so that people can sign up. Although some events are like open, so those don't get, are open without limit of participants, so usually those don't get tracked. So actually the number of event entries is even greater than this. Okay. Thank you to everyone for your questions. Is anyone still adding themselves to the speakers list? Cool. Thank you so much for listening. With that, I propose to close the speakers list. The speakers list is closed. Thank you so much, everyone, guys. And Karolis, you want to join us down here? Which microphone do you want? Not this one.
I will tell you when to. I saw how it went for him.
I discovered what.
No, it's okay.
Middle
Oh my God.
here and
It's okay, you will see.
okay, I will.
One more slide. I'm economics engineering bachelor, member of social projects committee. Gediminas built a castle, we build memories is our motto. Slide is from ESN 58. Who we are, second biggest student association in Vilnius after Vilnius University. We are not one city, one section type. Yeah, one university, one section type. Non-profit. Members number increases since last semester like 50%, since our university sent letters to all the students to join ESN. It kind of solve a student lack problem for ESN. Farewell event we had at December to say bye-bye to autumn students. It's even nominations. Dance Floor Diva, Life of Party Award, Fashionista, Smooth Talk Award, Night Owl, Jet Setter, Epic Selfie. Keep here. 2 minutes long. This is like something we did, something new, like closing the years. A bread night, social project committee, bread night. Okay. And international dinner night. So I was surprised that Altex is still gonna planning for first time that. Altibarshi night like pink soup fest. Turkish night. Spanish night must be cooking their own cuisine. Like for small portions. Traditional dance night. Visit to old age home. To visit the elderly. To make their day shine. And thank you all. Next slide. So my section idea suggesting would be like also besides making Spotify Wrapped, also making feedback forms from events so students could make their message, what they liked, what they did not liked. And usually like 2/3 of us responded to those kind of forms. One more slide. And thank you all for coming.
Question and answer.
Guys, speakers list is open.
Also, I'm a owner of Little Avocado.
You can add yourselves to the speakers list. Oh, anyone adding themselves to the speakers list?
Yes.
Yes.
Ksenia from ESN Estonia, what do you do at International Dinner Night? Well, we invite students, give them small budget to make some like 5 to 10 people portions, and they make their own cuisine, and they bring to university, and we make a social evening, and we share cuisine, and we like talks happening, music, so on. Social evening. Like not in 2K budget, but in way smaller budgets. So I was surprised when I heard that you got a grant for International Dinner Night. Like we manage it on maybe on smaller scales of euros. Any from ESN Estonia, how many sections you have in Lithuania? I remember ESN Vilnius University, ESN Romeris, ESN Vilnius Tech, ESN KTO, ESN LSMU, around 12. Like we're not like one city, one section, one university, one section. We like not one. I don't know how many universities you got in Lisbon.
I have a question.
How is your cooperation to other sections in Vilnius and Lithuania? Gonçalo Tavares from ESN Portugal. Well, I'm a member of Social Projects Committee, but on other committees we do clubbing events with other sections in Vilnius, with ESN Vilnius University and the ESN Romeris University. So the share events also happening.
Sorry. Is anyone still adding themselves to the speakers list? Yes? I propose to close the speakers list. Any objections? Speakers list is closed. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you, Karolis, for your presentation. And now we have from ESN Latvia, ESN Riga presentation. Oh, they're all coming on stage. Which microphone do you want? Both?
So before the presentation, we want a very quick energizer. So please, everybody stand up. Very quick, very quick. Everybody, stand up. Everybody. It's working? Okay, thank you. Now sit down. That was it. Yeah. It's working? Wait, sorry. Okay, hi. Like, okay, I don't have, I'm a woman, I don't have pockets. Hello, neighbors. We are from ESN Latvia, from ESN Riga more specifically. And we're gonna tell you shortly, hopefully, what we've been up to. Okay. The next slide, can we? Okay, who's gonna? How it works? Okay, we have smaller amount of sections in Latvia right now, 3. We are the biggest one, ESN Riga, with approximately 800 Erasmus students yearly, and for a small country, we have actually in Riga a lot of universities. So. And we have only one section for the big city, for the capital, so it's quite a lot. For Jelgava as well, they have around 30 Erasmus students. They're a smaller section, and they're covering one university in their city, as well as Valmiera. They also have one university there, and approximately 10 Erasmus students. So quite significantly less, but they're still doing amazing things. And yeah. And sneak peek, we might have more sections in following semesters, years. There have been some interest, so keep up with that. Yeah. This is our lovely national board, national level. Our President Anna, Vice President Charlotte, National Representative Paula, Communications Manager Laura, and lovely Samantha, Education Officer, as well our Web Project Manager Egers. Yeah, for those who are gonna come to our NA in Jelgava, we're gonna also probably meet most of these people, and we're gonna also elect the next national board. And we're just gonna start highlighting some things that has been going on for us, the bigger ones, as well later, specifically for ESN Riga. Bigger thing that happened recently for us, as we didn't have for a long time national events, national trainings, or anything like that. So for us, this was a big thing. We had a not only national, but actual collaboration with ESN Finland. It was a training event. It's called Beyond Biases. It was educating people, being more inclusive, or volunteers, and so on. yeah, as mentioned, it had participants from Finland and Latvia, Netherlands, France. It involved local youth. So when the first day they learned the workshops, the theory, second day of the training, they actually invited local youth, and we actually practiced right away on them how to implement this in real life. So that's a nice approach. We also, like ESN Latvia, applied for ESN Awards with this event. So wish us luck. I think we have pretty good chance. We are also highlighted on esn.org with this event. So we're getting more visibility as well. Yeah, next one, yeah. And now we're gonna continue more with ESN Riga, as all of us are from ESN Riga, as you probably noticed. And the things that we can give to you as best practices, what we've been up to, and Linda will take over from there. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, so we have 5 board members, president, treasurer is me, events and trips coordinator, manager. We have vice president and communications manager, and also some coordinators. And he's the buddy coordinator, and she's the Captain Cat coordinator. Yes. Okay. So this is our merch, the tote bags. We have been working on that with our national representative, Winnie. Yeah, local representative. And yeah, he made a design. I ordered it. That's how it looks. And also in the up, like this thing is a patch.
This is a sneak peek for Pops.
Yes, and this Slay in Riga shirt is going to be in Riga soon. This is our future plans for the ESN Riga merch. So yeah, good. Huh? Yes, and we have the ticketing system, the Pretix, which was also presented a little yesterday. We don't sell ESN cards through this system yet, not yet, but we are doing all the events here. So that's how it looks. These events are the future events. So today we have beach volleyball. And these are the events that already passed. You can check the statistics there for them. For example, this is the statistics of how people were getting the tickets for the welcome party. We had 750 people who applied, and there were more in waiting list. Yes, and yeah, and when they have the tickets they get, they have a QR code. And then we also have an app that when they come, we scan it. It can be only scanned once, so that's very great. And yeah, and this is how it looks for something like, for example, these. Yes, this is a Mor Voyage or Valentine's Day party. This is how many people ordered it, how many people paid, how many tickets left, how many in the waiting list, how many tickets we have. We have with the ESN card, without. This is when you scan the tickets on the place. You can see how many actually came with the ticket. And also total revenue. It's not the profit, it's the income. And yes. Great.
So, so this is our welcome month, which is our first try. Normally we do welcome week. So it's a success, and these are the events we had. So here you can see the varieties of events. So each color represent kind of events. For example, the green is sports, and there's a trips, tours, time travels, events. And this is the calendar I work with, events team work with, but we don't share it with. And our welcome party, a great success because we had 800 plus people registered. So we closed the registration with 800. We don't want to take more, but still people up. I'm pretty sure like 80 to 90% of the students are Erasmus students. And moreover this, we also had board meetings representing ESN in the universities, events workshop like how to make or how to organize events. So technically, I think I slept in ESN all month. So I'm very proud of it. So we also have 3 parties per month. So we keep like the count like 2 educational events, 3 parties, and social events. Yeah, we are quite proud of events we made. So, wait. So this is our POPs. So the thing is, we wanted to promote POPs. So our idea was to make a pilot, POPs Pilot Pirates Party. So it's called Ahoy, and we tried our best. I can show you in other slides, but you also can check the other videos, which is our promotion videos. It's also very nice. So now you can see.
Okay, while they are getting the video, because apparently this one is picture. Yeah, this is also our social media. This is Instagram, follow us. This is TikTok. This is how it looks. We have very many compliments from other sections, also from France, about how good it looks, the Instagram, thanks to Regina, our member who left for ESN Porto. But yeah, also we have some viral reels. For example, here, like this is our most viral reel on Instagram. It's 82.7K views, and in TikTok it's 51.8. Very nice, very great, very proud. Do we have the video? Yes, and for the Pops Pirate Party, like we made it actually to get free Pops t-shirts. So yes, great. This was actually also work by our new member from communications team. She's doing amazing job. And yeah, also this was the first event that we made in the digital art house. Yes, it's a new partner that we have, and well, the place is very cool in general. Yeah, and these are just some pictures from our events. These are the shirts that we got for free.
So here you can see the events. So those are the vintage T-shirt we got from ESN Finland, which is 2019 or something. And we also gifted some.
Put closer to the mouth.
It is working. So we used to do quite lots of events, but we also think like it's students love ESN so much because of it. For example, the ticketing system is doing very good job. Our last event we posted in Instagram was completely registered and started to go in waiting list in 5 minutes after posting. So it's quite a really success, and students love us now. For example, you also met some Erasmus students from Riga in yesterday's pub or club. So ESN Erasmus students everywhere now. So we also gifted, we also had some games in the event to more promotion. Hopefully we sell more tickets. I really wanted to sell more tickets, and this is our members. We have volleyball and amazing. I just love it.
Hot mess. We love it. Yeah, and these are also some events. This is also from Lapland trip.
And we also made a new frame. It's also this semester.
And we got it for free.
Really?
Because the guy didn't want to do invoice, and he was like, just take it, just take it. Yeah.
And that's a Lapland trip, last one. And also we got some goodies for being best GLs, and I got it. And that's a comedy trip, and we had a pub crawl with a fun task. So some that.
Instagram, emails, contact us if you want, if you need. And welcome to the stage. We have a challenge for you. You have it? Have it here. Can we also put some music? So, okay, just any random music, just something. Just like, so it's not quiet. Yes, this is the avocado, and the cat has taken over him. Okay, so your challenge is that you have to pet your stomach, you know, like this. Tap head with the other hand and jump on one foot at the same time. We will have the music. So something like this, just like jump.
Wait, after
no, you have to tap
after
wait,
the music.
No, with the music. Okay, good. Let's go. Okay, the floor is yours.
How long it is?
Just a little.
Yes, for 10 hours.
Thank you for this amazing challenge. And now the speakers list is open. You already have a question. Go ahead.
Pretext, it's the same system that Max was presenting yesterday. Pretext, P-R-T-E-X. Yeah, so that's the system. You can also, if you have questions, you can text our national webmaster or ESN Riga webmaster, because they were working on the system together to make it. So the IT part, I have no idea. I just know how to make the event there. I know how to add the PayPal and Stripe accounts there. Yeah. Because right now we just, oh, sorry. Maxim, ESN Estonia, why don't you sell ESN through Pretext now? Because we only started to implement it in January, and so it was all in a rush because the welcome month was coming, and we were doing it mainly to ease the events team work. Yeah, so, and as you saw, we had a lot of events, so we didn't have time for that, for selling the ESN card online. So now that we will have more time, we will start to think about it.
Also add to that, when they was asking me to start from the welcome month, I was not ready for it at all. So I was like fighting, like I don't want to do it now because I will have lots of work. But trust me, it did a miracle to our events. Like it really helped.
But she still doesn't know how to do it. I'm doing it.
She will do it. She's the ticketing treasurer. How do you involve? How do you
Mark.
involve your? Oh, sorry. Bad at
Mark, ESN Teltech.
Thank you.
How do you involve your volunteers in parties?
So for the parties, we normally take lots of volunteers because for us, parties would be like who all the ESN members. It would be free. So, but still we get the volunteers from the meeting. Like we have a meeting every week. So then we will divide the task. For example, now we divide like main ticketing person because normally we need people only for ticketing. Other things it would be taken care of, and sometimes decoration. So we will have the head of those departments, like ticketing head and decoration head, and they will have volunteers with them, like 5 or 10. It's up to the timing and everything, and they will.
Yeah, we have also like for the ticketing we have shifts. So for example, like 1.5 an hour, like half hour, is like these two people. They check the tickets, they put the bracelets. Also from the merch, we just received yesterday. I got a message that we received stamps. So now we're for the parties we're gonna have stamps. You probably didn't listen, but yes, and yeah, mostly they just do the ticketing, and then we stop checking the tickets at 1:30. So like volunteers that worked until 1:30, they can also enjoy the party.
But still, after 1:30, there's no free ticket or free entry. It's just they are lost if they don't come. But most probably, students will show up, and sometimes the organizer will go and check and let them in. So it happens, but it's still not fully organized system. We are working on it, and I just became events manager from this year, so still I'm also learning. So
we're partying and working at the same time.
Yeah. For example, for one party, the welcome party, I was from evening 5 o'clock to morning 5 o'clock because of the decoration and everything. So 12 hours in ESN.
Okay. Analyst from ESN Lithuania. From which most farthest country from Latvia you had Erasmus students? America. We right now have an American guy, and he was yesterday in the club actually. we randomly met them at the entrance. Like we were waiting for the entrance, and they just come. We're like, why?
We have all from all over the world, and most of them are French or Italians
and Germans.
But yeah, that was it.
Hello. So, is anyone still adding themselves to the speakers list? I propose to close the speakers list. Any opposition? Speakers list is closed. Thank you so much, ESN Riga, for your presentation and for your fun challenge. Tupli. And the next topic we have is the what did I do? Oops. It's the voting for the national board and audit board. No, there's no presentation for it. So for the voting procedures, I want the members with voting power, please, to come here. You are going to collect and take a pen. Yes. Have a pen ready. You can turn off the music. Should we do it with the music? No, yeah, without the music. So, everyone, hello. The results are in, and let's go in order. Audit first, audit last. Okay, so for the president of Erasmus Student Network Estonia for Monday 2024-25. No.
Okay, is it working now? We have the results, and Mark got 5 yeses to the president position, 0 no's, and 0 abstains. So we have elected a new president. Mark.
And for vice president of ESN Estonia for the mandate of 2024-25, the results are
So we have 0 abstain, 0 no's, and 5 yeses. So yes, Katerina is our new vice president of ESN Estonia.
for financial from July.
Yeah.
From July 1st. For financial manager for the mandate of 2024-2025 of ESN Estonia.
Jakub got 1 abstain, 0 no's, and 4 yeses.
So for communication manager of ESN Estonia for the mandate of 2024-2025, the results are
Zero abstain, 0 no's, and 5 yeses. Oh, Xenia.
You know who was running. For the position of events manager of ESN Estonia 2025, the results are
Zero abstain, 0 no's. For Simone, we have 4 yeses, and for Ruth, we have 1. So Simone is elected.
And that concludes the elections for the national board. Procedural. Okay, the elections for the national board of ESN Estonia, and we move to the next body. So for the audit body, the audit board of ESN Estonia, we have Reelika Lahessaar running for the unnamed position of the audit board, and the results are
We have 0 abstain, 0 no, and 5 yeses. So Reelika is the new audit body. So you can all come here and do a first new board from June, the new board picture.
Camera. Oh, perfect.
Yeah, my battery was dying.
Oh, bye.
Thank you for everybody being here, and good luck to the new board. Hi. So now we have shared the feedback form in Discord, and Reilika said that she's not gonna let anybody go before we have at least 24 replies, and she's there keeping an eye. So if you fill it out fast, we can move on to the appreciation round, and then we are also done for the day. But now take like 5 minutes until it's exactly 4 p.m. Okay, that's 3 minutes. But it's a short form, so I think 3 minutes is enough. Thank you. It is on Discord.
Yeah, it's on Discord. I feel like it might take a bit more than 4 minutes, especially some more questions like, what do you think? A lot of them are multiple selection, but some of them have open questions as well. So yes, and we're keeping an eye. We already have one, only 23 to go. So we can't leave before it's done.
Okay. Already most of you replied to the feedbacks form, so thank you so much for that. So now we are going into the appreciation round. So you're going to get the appreciation round. I'm going to actually I can go around with a microphone. It's fine. Just I can. So for this case, instead of adding what you're gonna say, you can just add your name, because what matters is who spoke rather than what was said. So just add your name to Slido, and I will go around and give you the microphone. First is appreciation round for the OC first. For the OC first. Everybody very fast? Okay. Okay. As an exception, you can appreciate everybody very fast.
So we appreciate everybody, yes, but we're gonna have also some surprises for special appreciation. First of all, thank you for this amazing event. It's been a great experience. I was happy also to bring 5 of us all together to see how you work here in Estonia. I think each of us picked something up in our mind to bring back or get inspired from you. And I hope to see you also next week, some of you, and I hope you feel also the same there. But talking, more gift giving, we will have also some surprises for the chairing team. Yes. So you're welcome. We appreciate you so much. You did a great job. Thank you so much. We'll see you also next week. We appreciate you. As well for OC, can OC also come? Yes. Yes, now you have a special part of Riga. All the essentials. You can share it as well if you wish. And thank you so much for hosting us. Next week. Anybody else joins?
Thank you for tolerating me.
Or
yeah. Yeah, just a little annoying, but it was really fun. Like, all of you are so friendly. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, we felt so welcomed.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ESN Riga, for your appreciation, and have a safe trip back to Riga. So, anyone want to do more appreciation? We would, if possible, to do first for the OC. Guys, if you're a bit tired to add yourselves to Slido, you can just...
So this is the first time that I have ever been to an NA, and I'm very happy that I could come here tonight, or today, yesterday night, whatever. And thanks to the amazing OC that made this experience really great. And I hope to be back for next NAs. So thank you.
Anyone else?
I want to say thank you for all the hard work because I would say I had quite a lot of plans in some cases, maybe a little bit of a tight budget, but you made it happen. And I think logistics wise, did well. So
So I want to thank you both. Like you did a great job. I really like this NA because universities like Caltech with the plenaries and the gala. Thank you.
So I would like to thank the organizing committee and the chairboard and basically everybody for the whole weekend. It was very amazing. We spent the time together and it was very awesome. Everything was perfectly organized. Everything was going smoothly, and I have a special thanks to a person who decided to take this cold plate or something like this as a food for the gala, because it was, in my opinion, very nice idea. We had a lot of choice and we, I believe, spent the time very well on the gala. Thank you.
And anyone else? So, my own. So, I that from my side, thank you. Event, providing us alternate coffee breaks and organizing the gala and for having this section. I think this is positive section. So
And I would like to say as well thank you for. I think nobody was hungry because the port problem, and about the rooms, and I think had a lot of space, enough space. So thank you.
So, anyone else for the OC? Then we can move on to the national board. Anyone wants to do appreciation for the national board? Now is the time. Just raise your hand. The microphone will come to you. Yes.
Hi, Abdullah from Estonia. I just wanted to do like appreciation for like all the work that you guys have been doing. Like I've been like attending ESN events since I was here, and I'm really happy to see like the continuing stuff that was happening as well. Being like the ESN, like the quality of events and the hard work that everyone is doing like alive as well. And I also wanted to like use this opportunity to congratulate the next board as well. And I hope that you guys will keep up like the amazing work. And I'm really looking forward to what you guys will do in the future and all the collaborations that we can have as well.
Else?
With the
I would also like to appreciate because it's really visible the work you've been doing, the work you are doing, and the work you will do. You're doing it with a big love to ESN, and we're so grateful that we have you as national board.
Hi, I just want to say this is my first NA that I go to outside of Norway. And I just want to say that it's been really cool to hang out with y'all and that you made me feel very welcome here. And I'm very glad that Senna is going to be the next board. Also, I remember first time I went on an app call and then Senna DM'd me. It was very cool. I fangirled a little bit. So I'm very happy that you continue. Just wanted to say that. Thank you.
I want to thank you from Tartu because, like, even though you are like located mostly in Tallinn, like your great work like reaches everywhere, and so I feel that like all our sections can be like quite connected, even though there is like some distance between us. So I thank you for that.
From EBS, I also want to thank all of you. It has been time for us. I want to especially thank Reelika because, again, since it's EBS's first NA, I think sometimes I asked Reelika like 10 questions a day, so I'm really thankful for you. And I think if Reelika hadn't been so helpful, we would have had amazing NA, so thank you, all of you.
Yeah. On the behalf of ESN Tallinn, I would also like you to congratulate on your amazing work. Been very enjoyable. Gala was very enjoyable. After party was very enjoyable. Food, everything, and also for the organizing committee. Also, thank you very much. It was very nice. Thank you.
Does anybody else have something? Okay, it seems not. But I want to say thank you as well, because I saw that you have been doing a great job by seeing how many people were applying for the national board. I was there when we only had 3 people interested and 2 were kind of mandatory. So I'm really happy to see that it's becoming alive again.
Yeah, and from my side, I'd also like to given to the chairing team, even though we had this situation with the chairing team where we had to reorient the entire team kind of 2 weeks ago, basically. I think that you always gave us the support needed, and Reelika, especially, you had so many back and forth with us, so your support was definitely great. And Xenia and Matteo also, thank you so much for being so proactive, and I think that your work shows. I mean, this year you've had a lot of successes, and the amount of people applying to the national board, it's really good to see as well. Thank you. For the national board? Okay.
On behalf of TLUIC, I thank you guys. I wasn't able to attend the gala, but I hope it well.
Anyone else?
I would like to thank all of you. It was really easy to work with you and really smooth. Everything went well, so I couldn't be happier to have hosted this NA here together with EBS and with all of you. So thank you very much. Thanks for the gala, for all the visuals. It was really nicely done, and the awards and everything. And well, I hope to have more successes all together in the future. Thank you.
Okay. Nobody else for the national board? Yes.
And the gala and the food was amazing. Thank you for organizing. Also, location was nice to reach out.
I don't want to appreciate myself, but like the board, it's these 2 years, then only 1 year, but still, I loved working with you. Really, it was an amazing experience. It's not over yet. We still have some adventures ahead, and I wish also very good luck to the next board. I think you're gonna do an amazing job. We'll continue what we did.
I do also have something to say, but I would like to keep it for the sweet dessert after all the appreciation. That's okay.
And if it's over for the national board, then the next round is for the sharing team. Session round for
Anybody who wants to start? Nobody wants to say anything. Nice 3 people. Yes.
Thank you so much to the sharing team. I feel that you made everything like really clear and understandable for me, even though it was like my first time. So I got everything understood really clearly. And special thanks to Max, who was always fixing all the tech. And Mariam will also bring you some chocolates from Tartu. So yes, thank you.
Else?
So thank you for sharing this NA. It was the first time also that we had a live stream. So I wish to point out that like we're getting updated to the current times. So thank you so much. Also adapting to change the sharing team. Organize it. Thank you.
Hey, for good words.
Yeah, as Matteo said, congratulations, Max, for, well, all of you, for the live stream. It was really nice. And I would like to thank you also for being flexible sometimes with all of us in the plenaries. And in general, you did an amazing job. And I don't know. I'm so happy to have you as a chairing team. Thank you.
Okay, any more? Else? That the sweet dessert or not yet? Okay.
Out of all the NAs that I have been to, which is a 13 now, you have had the most chaotic situation ever. I'm very sorry you had to go through it, but I'm very thankful that you managed. Lisbeth for joining us at the, like, we really needed you and you managed to join, and thank you very much for handling it all and for handling Gonzalo, because we know Gonzalo is great. He can be demanding and we love him. And also thank you very much for loving us, for staying with us, even though you're not active in ESN as much as you used to be on the local level, but you're still with us. It's here. Thank you.
Okay, I will say a couple of thanks from my end as well. To the 3 of you. Have some sweet. I agree with what has been said before. It was chaotic. it was short time, but it worked out. And thank you, Max, for suggesting the live stream, like last minute, couple days. Yeah, and I think it will over because there were some situations, but we managed to roll. As we don't have a special appreciation round for, have two more photographer, kind of last minute. Thank you. And then another one for Kitty for delivering 2 amazing workshops. Okay, do you have any other words or go to the, don't have any other appreciation rounds, right?
So, yes, thank you for today. Actually, on Wednesday, I received notifications that I have to upload my slide. Then I realized that and then on Thursday, I texted Relica, why not do a stream? Just on Saturday morning, I spent an hour or two. So it was fast. I guess it was and supporting me as well. Because we know each other already. And yeah, thank you for your patience.
And from my side, I would like to thank Max for streaming. And I know it's sometimes hard to work the computers here at Taltech because of some annoying things that they manage to do. But I do appreciate you going out of the way to make sure that the stream is going. And I think that out of all the different NAs I've attended, a few in Portugal and a couple abroad, this this stream, from my view, was the one that worked the best, actually, which is incredible. I mean, in Portugal, we usually burn through 3 or 4 different attempts every day. Naturally talented, yes. And to Lisbeth, I want to appreciate you having the time to, first of all, I know that you're not an active local member anymore or even national level anymore, so appreciate that you had the time to come out and to part of the chairing team kind of last minute, and to handle all of the requirements that I kind of put on you to do this and do that. I know that I can be a bit micromanagey at times, but it's I guess I feel like I want to ensure that everything is running as maybe I get a bit better. But I'd like to thank all of you as well for having collaborated so much into making this NA successful and for helping move along the agenda, because it doesn't take just us to move the agenda, it takes your cooperation. So I really appreciate that, and having been with all of you this.
So firstly, I want to thank Max because writing minutes during NA is quite difficult, and now I can go home and take the live stream and the AI thing and use it to actually have a proper file. And I think we had quite problems here. It was like, but in the end, we managed to work together, the 3 of us as a team, and arrived here. Thank you, and thank you for all the participants as well.
Last chance to. Not? So Ksenia, you're up.
So the so-called sweet dessert is something that I was encouraged to do after my last visit in Brussels, after the public speaking workshop, and I have never done this before. And well, I will just have a small speech that I prepared. And after my yesterday's application to communication manager and saying that no voice trembles, it does. And disclaimer, crying might start. Also, I have it written down and I will be mostly reading, and I'm sorry for this, but I do not want to forget any small important detail. So, dear ESNers, we guests and friends. A year ago at an A56, I was sitting right where you are right now and applying for the national president. I was ambitious, I was scared, and I was about to get elected. Maybe not elected, I wasn't even sure. So back then, I could not have even imagined how many opportunities this position would have opened up for me. Here I am today, standing in front of you, trying to be brave. I'm excited, I'm inspired by all of you. I tried to take every single opportunity that arose in front of me, and ever since I have experienced so many good things and so many positive outcomes. Always remember the things that fuel your motivation. I know based on my own experience how tough and challenging volunteering, and I know that you do too. During my mandate, I saw the beautiful and the ugly, but I stood strong because I had all of you with me. I joined the ESN because initially it was the feeling of the laughing students that fueled me, but now it is the smiles of all of you that keep me here. I'm very thankful to all of you for believing in me, trusting me this position, and it is a very rewarding experience. Be a volunteer. Dear National, really, who says that? Max, all of you, I want to thank you. And amazing. We did a great job all together, and we did a great job, and I think we very well, very sad. Final, I am achievement, adventure, dear future. We have a journey ahead of us. I'm very curious what it's going to bring us. I have a few words for you. Be curious, do not be afraid of anything, and conquer the mountains, because as Audrey Hepburn said, nothing is impossible. The word itself says, I am possible. Thank you, all of us, all of you.
Oh, officially.